Hello, Mayor.
Hey there, are we good?
Yep, we can hear you. We can see you.
All right, see you at 5.
All right. Aye, council member.
Hello, everybody. Just checking the sound.
We can hear you.
Okay, bye.
Are you home?
Yeah, Jan.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Bye. Bruce.
Richard.
If Tamara Walker is there, I've been trying to bring you in as a panelist.
I'm here.
Was that?
Can you hear me, Richard?
I can hear you.
Thank you.
See you.
It looks like we may have a quorum, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Martinez, McLaughlin, Jimenez. If you're there, would you show your face? Thank you. Okay, we have a quorum, Madam Clerk. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment. Before closed session, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates is absent. Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Present.
Councilmember McLaughlin. Here. And Councilmember Willis has informed me that he will be absent for closed session. Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you read the closed session items, please?
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items: public employee performance evaluations, title city attorney, and also title Community Police Review Commission investigative officer. Under public employee appointment, title is city manager. Let's see. And at this time, I do not see any hands raised to address the council.
Wow, okay, well.
Oh, I see one. I see one now.
Well, thank goodness.
We have one.
Good evening. This is Naomi Williams, and I'm glad you can see me because I can, no, you can't see me, but I can see you guys. Welcome. I know you're going to close session to talk about the city manager, I believe. I don't know whether you have decided to hire someone or not, but my choice that knows everything would be Sasha Curl. She's been there a long time and she's been doing everything. Okay. She's been doing everything even before she had the title. She did good work. She started over with the senior center, senior housing across the street where people were dying and not having working elevators to move on different floors. They accomplished that and they got that working. Then she came back again as there was the city manager that was gone and she stepped in running. She didn't have to have training. She didn't have to spend no more city money to be trained because she knows most of the things you guys know. So my decision is my preference is if you guys really think about it, you should hire Sasha, give her a shot at being the original, genuine city manager for Richmond. And then you have my vote. I mean, you have my vote anyway, but you'll have my vote again. So please consider it. She have done work for the city, you know that. So it's not like you got a trainer to know the city and know what's going on in the city to do it. So therefore, I'm trying to work out these seconds, but they're going too slow for me. So that's all. Have a good meeting. And
Thank you. That was our only speaker.
Okay, we're adjourned to closed session. afternoon, everybody. Thank you for turning out today. We're here today to show support for Ukraine, which is undergoing the worst act of aggression since World War II. And there's not a lot we can do here in Richmond, but we have a long history of fighting aggression in Richmond. You all recall that during World War II, the Richmond shipyards were the largest and most productive shipyards in the world, and they played a major role in winning World War II. As a matter of fact, one of the most compelling engravings at the Rosie River Memorial says something like, "I can tell you in all sincerity that if it weren't for Richmond, there would be no tomorrow." So there's not a lot we can do in Richmond today about helping to fight aggression in the Ukraine, but we can show support. I wrote a letter a couple of days ago to the Consulate General in San Francisco of Ukraine, expressing our support, and then I thought, well, you know, one more thing we can do is raise the Ukrainian flag at our Civic Center, and you know, we do this for a lot of causes through the years. And so I immediately got a lot of people out looking for flags, and I got to tell you, they're hard to find. You know, you can order them online, but it takes a week to get here. So two things happened almost at once. A woman who just lives about 4 blocks back behind Civic Center here, Claudia Citrone, well, she made a flag out of fabric that I went over in El Cerrito and bought on Sunday morning. And then Felix Hunsicker, who is right behind me here with the beer, the Ukrainian beer, I might add, went over last night to the consulate in San Francisco and got a second flag. So I want to thank Claudia Centro for actually making a flag, and I want to thank Denise Martinenko, Vice Consul of the Consulate General of Ukraine and in San Francisco, for giving us a flag. So we're going to put one of them up on this flagpole. The other one is on the way to John Joya's office, and he's going to put that up on his flagpole. So I think that with that, I think we're ready to raise a flag. Felix did bring a cooler full of Ukrainian beer. We tried to find vodka, Ukrainian vodka, but it was sold out. So the best thing we can do is beer. So any of you want to partake after this is over, please be our guest. So with that, we'll go over here and we'll raise that Ukrainian flag.
Good evening, Councilmember Bates. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Just wanted to test. Thank you. I can hear you as well. Wonderful.
Okay.
Hi, Councilmember McLaughlin. Councilmember Johnson.
Hi, Shasta.
Looks like we almost have a quorum. Oh, we have a quorum.
All right.
Has our fierce leader arrived?
I think he's having Ukrainian beer.
Okay.
I apologize for being late. I was watching the State of the Union address and, you know, time just caught up with me.
I was too, Mr. Mayor, and I got kind of lost in it myself.
Okay, here we go. This is the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis. He's absent. And Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
The next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one they want to declare? I don't see any. Next item is agenda review. Are there any changes to the agenda that anybody wants? Go ahead, City Clerk. You're muted, Pam.
Thank you. Just wanted to bring to everyone's attention again, item P under budget. Item P2 has the correct attachments. And those attachments were sent to the council on Friday and also republished on Friday.
Okay, so no changes to the agenda item, right? I mean,
Just a few attachments.
right,
And
yeah,
item P2 has the new attachments.
got it, okay. Any other agenda changes from anybody? City Attorney?
Well, just the Q4, which is the urgency ordinance on the sewer moratorium, that needs to get extended tonight. So, I mean, if you get there in the normal course of business, that's fine, but we need to get that done tonight because the urgency ordinance expires.
Okay,
And it's kind of the end of the agenda.
okay, so noted. Hopefully we'll make it, but if we find out that we're not, we might change the items, okay?
Yeah, that would be great.
Other than that, there are no changes to the agenda. Next item is report from the city attorney.
On the closed session report, we had a evaluation of the city attorney. We gave a report on that. There's discussion, no reportable action taken. Also discussed the position of Community Police Review Commission Investigative Officer. Again, that's a report to the council. We gave staff's report. There was no reportable action taken. And the third item was the city manager. And again, we gave a report on that position, and there was no reportable action taken.
Okay, thank you. Next item is report from the city manager.
I have some extremely exciting news to report. Fresh off of the press, the city of Richmond received nearly $10 million in funding today from the Clean California local grant projects. There's going to be formal press releases. And so I really want to thank and acknowledge staff and the community-based organizations that worked on these proposals. The Richmond Clean Communities Collaborative around the Dornan Park and 7th Street was led by an interdepartmental team. That's how these things come together. Janae in Community Services and Public Works, Samantha Carr, our environmental manager, Stephanie Nye in Community Services. I also believe that there were other stakeholders involved, potentially Patrick Phelan and others, but I really want to thank them for their work. There's a number of community partners that will be outlined in a press release that staff is going to work on. And then also want to acknowledge and congratulate the work led by Pogo Park on the Yellow Brick Road Clean, Green, and Beautiful Phase 3 project. And so that was also funded. First, and I think this is just really exciting, not that we're in a competition with Oakland, but we did request and receive, it looks like, more funding than they did. So I always think that's exciting. And lastly, we have new masks for our Richmond volunteers that say I Heart Richmond. And you get one of these if you help volunteer at one of our citywide cleanups. So we're partnering with neighborhood organizations. This weekend we did a cleanup around Nevin and adjacent to Cesar Chavez. That was led by the abatement team, did the heavy lifting, but there were lots of staff from throughout the city that volunteered, as well as volunteers from our community. Again, great interdepartmental work, and want to thank and appreciate all the staff from various departments that came out. And so if you come out to one of our cleanups, we'll make sure you get a t-shirt and a mask that say I Heart Richmond. That's all I have to report.
Okay, thank you for such good news. That is really good. I was under the impression that they were only going to give one grant per city. So the fact that we got two is pretty astounding. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next item is abatement report from Public Works.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, KCRT, if you could pull up the slide deck, please. That would be helpful. Great segue from interim city manager's last comments regarding the weekend cleanup that took place. We have a few slides from that exciting event. All right. That looks familiar. Next slide, please. Yes, we did have this last Saturday was an I Heart Richmond event. Had somewhere in the neighborhood of a couple dozen volunteers that showed up. And between the city manager's office, economic development, public works, and Love Your Block, in partnership with Urban Tilth, code enforcement, and the neighborhood council presidents, they all hosted a neighborhood dumpster day and a litter cleanup along Nevin Avenue. That was from the BART station to, I believe, 20th Street. And then we can show the next slide, please. And I kind of talked about 15 bags of trash, a couple dozen volunteers. This was, again, in the, I don't think I mentioned it, but it was in the Belding Woods and Richmore Village Metro Walk neighborhoods. And so we had quite a bit of debris. The dumpster days were also hosted in 11 debris boxes. You'll see some pictures of those, and there were over 200 residents who came to drop off debris. So quite a bit of participation in that. Next slide, please. Showing some of the large dumpsters and the queue of folks wanting to participate. Next slide. And some more pictures of staff with front loaders assisting in the process. Next slide. Some of the larger bins, and we'll talk about some of our partners who participated in the effort as well. Next slide. Illegal dumping over the course of February, because this is our March report, nearly 172 tons citywide. Next slide. I got quite a bit in illegal dumping in park areas as well. Next slide. More pictures of mattresses and a variety of debris. Next slide. Staff was also engaged in some board ups and private property abatements. We do charge for private property abatement in case you were interested. Next slide. Also, we're engaged in 6 encampments totaling nearly 33 tons. Next slide. So for a grand total of almost 204 tons over the course of February. Next slide. We're also engaged in almost 270 tags removed in 138 locations. And some board ups. These are abandoned properties. Next slide. Again, our partners, CORE, that's through the county, I Heart Richmond, Republic Services, and Sims Metal were all engaged in our efforts over the course of February. So we want to thank them, as well as the departments and neighborhood councils that were engaged in the various cleanups. So thank you to all. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank the Public Works group. for their outstanding efforts. I had one question. I saw a lot of trucks and they seem to be loaded. Were those trucks that was bringing various trash, or were those the trucks that were being utilized to pick up trash and so forth?
I think, council member, those were trucks from private citizens that were bringing debris from their originations.
Mhm. Okay, well, Mr. Mayor, I just thought it would be worthwhile that at some point that we pay a recognition to, Sims, Richmond Sanitation, and the other business people who donate that trucks and et cetera, to try to help keep the city clean. And it just seemed to me that we ought to recognize some of them, and any of them, and also the volunteers. Maybe we could have a luncheon or something to acknowledge. When people do outstanding work, we ought to say thank you in more ways than just verbally. And I think it would be a nice gesture if Joe, you could contact the people and we could have maybe a luncheon hosted by someone, a barbecue or whatever, just a little fun day to express our appreciation for the many neighborhood councils and others who volunteer to help keep this city clean.
That's a good idea, Councilmember Bates. The mayor's office would be glad to collaborate with you to put something together.
Okay, let's get together and get some of the business community to work with us in doing that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to thank you, Public Works Director Joe Leach, for your work in doing that. And I also want to mention that our interim city manager had said when she took on the job that cleaning up the outside was going to be her priority. And obviously she's worked with you, Joe, and you've worked with your staff to get the people out there on the ground. And it's really quite spectacular, the amount of work that was done. And I'm wondering if you might be able to share with us that PowerPoint in case we want to share it with some residents to give them a sense of what is happening through Public Works.
Absolutely. I know we're working with I believe the city manager's office is they have a webpage now that we're updating, I think through Transparent Richmond, that is going to have all of the presentations that we're doing on abatement. So I'll work with them to make sure that we get the link out to folks.
Okay, great. Thank
Hey,
you.
any other comments from council members? If there are comments from the public, you're welcome to do it during open forum. So with that, it looks like we'll move on to the open forum.
Yes, open forum is an opportunity for the public to address the council on items that are not on the agenda or items that remain on the consent calendar. You may also use this time, as the mayor said, to report on the to comment on the city manager's report and the public works director's report. If you wish to speak on an agenda item listed on the agenda under budget session or any of the public hearing items, please wait for those items to be called for discussion. We ask that you keep your comments respectful during this live recording, and thank you very much. And we'll call our speakers. Looks like we have 2 speakers.
Yes, we have currently 3 speakers. The speakers are Ilona Clark, Joey Schlemmer, and Tenzin. Ilona?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So my comment is on 0.3.c. That's in the consent calendar, I believe. Is that correct? My time is ticking. Is that correct? Is it on the consent calendar, or should I be speaking?
0.3.c in regards to approval of the link.
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I looked at this item and I'm pretty puzzled, and I'm also a little quite wary. this is approval of liens and special assessments for unpaid garbage collection service. Now, unpaid, I mean, I don't know why there should be unpaid garbage collection. Why are they collecting garbage when people haven't paid their fees? They can stop collecting the garbage. Nobody's forcing them to collect garbage. If there are unpaid bills for whatever reason, they can put them on collections. They can mess around with their credit reports. And as I said, they do not have to provide this service. Why this needs to go to, it looks to me like trying to take these properties from people because they didn't pay their garbage bill. I'm not sure what you're trying to solve here or what you're trying to prove. If this is an attempt to get control of more properties in Richmond for whatever purpose, this is probably not the way to do it. And if this paves the way for our garbage service to raise our fees the way they did in Oakland, that's going to cause a lot of dumping. And you guys have just been singing the praises of cleaning up the city and all that good stuff. So don't backslide on that, please, because those efforts are very much appreciated. And don't do things like this that are going to pave the way for some really adverse unintended consequences. Thank you very much for listening.
So there's a very clear explanation for this. If you'll contact the city attorney's office, excuse me, the city manager's office, they can explain all that to you. Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joey Schlemmer. Joey, you can go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to remind you all once again of a topic that I've spoke of in the past, and especially since there was a ballot measure potential for putting liens or trying to find some revenue through vacant lots. And that's the Richmond pension tax, or the Richmond pension, the old Richmond pension system. The old Richmond pension system became stopped in the mid-1960s. It was put on the ballot to continue to fund the old Richmond pension system in 1978. Anyone that is still alive that's receiving a benefit through the Richmond pension system has to be, I would imagine, in their mid-70s. And no disrespect to those folks, but every year it's just like our World War II vets. There's less and less of them around. I would urge our city manager to direct the finance director to have an actuary look at the pension fund, see how many beneficiaries are left. It is my understanding that through the property taxes that I've also spoke of in the past, that's bringing in approximately $20 million or more. If I'm incorrect on that, maybe they can correct me. That potentially could be brought back to the voters and be modified, and could be a potential revenue stream for the city. That's the Richmond pension system. Thank you.
Like the previous speaker, there is a very clear explanation for this. And if you'll contact the city manager's office, I think they'd be happy to walk through you with it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tenzin. Tenzin, you may begin.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and the City Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Tenzin Rangdol, and I'm a Richmond resident. First of all, I just wanted to send my prayers and solidarity with the Ukrainians who are actually under the continued invasion from the Russians, Putin's. So, and with that, the city has been very kind enough to kind of like raise the Ukrainian flag in front of the city hall in honor of that. And with that, I just wanted to speak a few words about the resolution that is being passed today as part of the consent calendar to mark the March 10th as a Tibet Tibetan Uprising Day as the Tibet Day. I wanted to thank the city for their continued and longstanding support for the sufferings that are happening inside Tibet. I just wanted to remind the city council that the invasion in Tibet, invasion in Ukraine that's happening right now, same thing happened in Tibet in March 10th, 1959, 63 years ago. The world is in full solidarity with the Ukrainians. And at that time, the world was silent because of the Chinese expansionist and the Chinese continued illegal occupation of Tibet. And now with the repression in Uyghurs, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and all these things, it is pushing its muscle towards the world. So I urge this city and the city mayors and council to continue to support the oppressed people around the world and speak up for the justice whenever you can for the sake of freedom. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, I believe that takes us to the consent calendar.
I'd like to ask that 07C be taken off the consent calendar. I just have to ask a couple of brief questions.
Which one? What?
07C, the Booker T. Anderson Community Center.
Anderson Community Center. Okay, all right. Well, we'll take that off the consent calendar. Councilmember Jimenez, you have a hand up?
Yeah, I would like to take 0.3 C.
7, which one?
03C.
Oh.
Approval of liens and a special assessment for unpaid garbage collection services fee for the public services. To get an explanation as well.
Okay, all right, we can take that off. City Manager, did I see your hand go up?
Councilmember, through the mayor as chair, would you like me to try to provide a brief answer now to see if it's satisfactory or on 03C or?
Well, if it's worth trying to get it back on the consent calendar, go ahead.
Okay, dear Mayor Budd and members of the City Council, we have a franchise agreement in place with Republic Services. All properties in Richmond receive garbage collection regardless of the status of payment to preserve the health and safety of the community and to ensure that we try to mitigate rodents, for example. So the process is that even if someone doesn't pay, then they still are provided service. Antonio Benuelos, our revenue manager, has been providing this function and working on this matter for as long as I can remember. He holds a hearing where if there is a dispute around if the fee was levied inappropriately, people can work with Antonio and it can be removed if it was improper. And then we, because the franchise agreement is in place through the city, in order for Republic Services to be compensated for the services they're provided, then there is an opportunity for this to be levied. And this is part of the Richmond Municipal Code and part of our franchise agreement. And so it's something that we do usually once or twice annually, if I recall correctly. And the intention is just really make sure that our community, to the degree feasible, that it stays clean despite anyone's personal situation. So for example, right now during COVID, right, there may be disputes between landlords. And so regardless of what's happening between landlords and tenants, or between if a private property owner has been unable to pay their mortgage, regardless, residents will still receive service. And so that's why this procedure is in place. It's certainly not the city's intention to utilize this process to take anyone's property. That's certainly not the intention.
So Councilor Jimenez, do you still want to take that off the consent calendar?
I think for me, I just have an additional question and it's okay.
You what?
I have an additional question. Is that okay for you?
Well, why don't we'll just take it off and discuss it. We're not, so we'll take it off the consent calendar. Vice Mayor Martinez, is that what you wanted to discuss also? Same item?
Yeah, I just had a simple
Okay,
question.
all right, fine. We'll take it off the consent calendar. Okay, so now we are looking for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Johnson,
Second.
a second by Martinez. City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis. Is he present? Okay. And Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
So that takes us to item P1.
Yes, item P1.
P2, right?
Item P2 is really item P2. But, okay, so item P2 is to review the fiscal year 2021.
Why are we doing item P2?
P2 has the new attachments. It's the same description. We just inadvertently have two items on here, the same item, but P2
exactly
has the
the same
updated documents. Sorry.
So it's the same item. It's not
Same
an
item.
Okay, so if you want to call it P2, we'll skip P1 and go to P2.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Whatever works. All right, go to, okay.
Review the fiscal year 2021 through 2022 operating and capital improvement budgets at mid-year and adopt a resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 2021-22 budget adjustments.
So Belinda, before you kick it off, I just wanted to acknowledge and state to the council that we are on a path of continuous improvement. We recognize that you will likely have a number of questions this evening. And so after Mrs. Brown and other finance staff go through the presentation, our intention is to take notes and to publish the questions and responses on the finance department's website. Because we understand that some of you may have a few questions, some of you may have a lot of questions, and we want to make sure to answer all of your questions thoroughly. And so I just wanted to start with that. And also I wanted to share that we are going to be working to develop a set of standard operating procedures so that and a more detailed schedule to enable these items to come before you in a more timely manner. And then lastly, given the situation that's evolving right now with the global economy, we will be developing a more thoughtful way to look at inflation and to make sure that we're characterizing that appropriately in the budget. So as we move into to April and May, we will be continuing to provide you all updates, but I think given the great deal of uncertainty at this time, it's very important that we look at things very closely in a very detailed manner, and that we really try to track and monitor and see how we're doing with our expenditures and on the revenue side, as well as developing a clear methodology to utilize to track and monitor inflation as it is impacting the cost for our service delivery. So I just wanted to provide that overview as a starting point. And I look forward to hearing your questions after the presentation. Thank you.
Okay.
So, Belinda Brown, Director of Finance. This evening, we're going to do a review the mid-year budget for this current fiscal year 21-22. So first off, we're going to talk about accomplishments for HR, for the Human Resources Department regarding staffing and hiring. They've improved the job opportunities website and recruitment. As far as recruitments go, we've hired an employment and training deputy director, a budget administrator, a senior business assistant officer. 10 positions have been added to the Office of Neighborhood Safety. And we actually have a new interim library deputy director on board, and a recruitment for a permanent position is underway. Some accomplishments regarding the citywide cleanup, I Heart Richmond. Sasha, did you want to go over some of these real quick?
I just think it's important to note that we're on a path of additional interdepartmental teamwork, and that we have, prior to the $10 million today, we also have received 5.7 million. So we're really excited.
And I'm going to go to the next one, and I'll turn over to Antonio. Antonio, you're muted.
I'm sorry, but let me start all over. Good evening, Mayor Buck, council members. So the quick mid-year overview. So right now, this is a snapshot in time of the current fiscal year. We determine if budget adjustments are needed. We look at the actuals and we update our projections based on that. We try to incorporate prior council, we do incorporate prior council decisions in the first half of the fiscal year. And we update the baseline for fiscal year 21-22. So here's a summary of the different revenue streams and what we're proposing to change. Bottom line, we're proposing an increase of $1.9 million. So that's on top of the previously approved budget of 188.47 million. So several revenue streams are going down while others are going up. But again, the result is a net increase of $2 million. For property tax, we see a decrease of 2.2, lower than the forecasted amounts originally. The bulk of that decrease is actually based on the Chevron refinery valuation not being flat, but actually going down $300 million from the previous year. So the original assumption assumed it would stay flat. It actually went down. For sales tax, we're seeing an increase of 1.9 million due to actuals. So money we've actually received and the current trends as analyzed by our sales tax consultant, we see nearly $2 million in extra sales tax coming in this year. The bulk of that is from the big box stores doing really well: Costco, Walmart, Target, those stores. For utility user tax, we see an increase of $1.1 million. Primarily, this is related to Chevron from their maximum cap amount. So the CPI that's used for this actually went up close to 7% this past fiscal year. And that's money received so far also. For the transfer tax, we're also seeing projected an increase of $1.1 million, and that's based on the sales in the first half of the year and projected sales for the next second half. And most of this stems from very large property sales that we've seen in the last few months in Richmond. For business tax, as related to Measure U, we're seeing a decrease of 1.6, primarily from the credit of the rent board fees. So if you might remember back in December, council adopted an ordinance that would, or a resolution that would give small property owners that pay rent board fees, they could, whatever they pay for the rent board, they can use as a credit or reduction of the business tax. On the expenditure side, we see a total increase of 8.3 million. The majority of this increase stems from previously approved transfers out of the general funds to other funds. They were previously approved but not recorded the way they should have been recorded in the system. So we're just correcting that. Go into more detail. The 8.3 made up of various items, including salaries and benefit, going up by a little bit over 900,000. The bulk of that increase stems from an increase in the fire department overtime of 700,000. For professional services, we see an increase of 1.7 million, stemming from changes to various contracts, including $1 million in pass-through costs where the city is reimbursed 100%. So that there was also a corresponding increase on the revenue side for that one. Now, for utilities, we're seeing an increase of 470,000 to cover water costs that came in higher than previously expected due to East Bay Mud rate increases. And in the cost pool category, we're having an increase of $325,000 to purchase a street sweeper. For operating transfers out, we're seeing an increase of 4.9 million, which is tied to Reimagine Public Safety and also to Community Facility Improvement District. Again, tied to Reimagine Public Safety is $2 million that is being transferred to YouthWorks in employment and training as part of the Reimagine Public Safety Summer and year-round youth employment program. Another 1.3 million being transferred to planning and building as part of the unhoused intervention work that stemmed from the Reimagine Public Safety decision. Another 1.5 million being transferred to community facility improvements, whose budget is currently in the capital fund. So bottom line, we adopted the original fiscal year 22 budget with a surplus of about 600,000, but omitted certain transfers out. Here we are correcting those omissions, which now takes the proposed major budgeted expenditures over revenues by 3.9. We are proposing to cover this gap with previously approved set-asides from fiscal year 21. For the next section, I'll hand it back to Director of Finance, Belinda Brown. And you're muted.
So our position count, we've had several vacancies. As of December 31st, we had 579 full-time employees, 10 part-time employees with benefits, and 8 retired annuitants for a total of 597 active employees. This number can change from month to month, depending on employees who are retiring or possibly leaving for other opportunities. This number does not count our actual seasonal part-time employees, which as of December 31st, we had 127. So the changes in our full-time position count, the budget was adopted with a total of 693.2 employees. Through the last employee change, approved change from council, which was in January, we had a total of 706.2. And then our proposed mid-year number is pretty much the same, it's 706.1. So we have several mid-year position changes from our departments. Here's the chart showing it. I'll go over a couple of them. From the city attorney's office, we're trying to reclass an executive secretary 2 to an administrative services analyst. From finance, reclassing an accounting manager to a deputy finance director. Also from finance, reclassing a budget analyst to an accountant 2. Libraries requesting a new position, which is a librarian 2. For community services, reclassing an admin aide to an assistant admin analyst position. Employment and training, changing a finance manager to a senior accountant. And economic development, promoting an associate administrative analyst to a senior admin analyst. Also removing a management analyst 1 position. Making a promotion of a management analyst 2 to a senior management analyst. And that will be a shared position between economic development and the housing authority. From the city manager's office, reallocating a community engagement manager to the public works department for a deputy public works director. For the Department of Children and Youth, a promotion of a associate admin analyst to a senior management analyst. For the city council, a promotion from your senior admin analyst to a project coordinator. And from the housing authority, removing a position that they currently have for a senior property manager, but sharing some of the funding to fund a senior management analyst with economic development. Next slide, please. So for the recruitment status, positions added on or after June 29th was a total of 43. Recruitments that have been open from July 1 through January 31st is 57. We currently have 79 active recruitments as of January 31st. And then current positions unfilled as of January 31st is 125. So 125 vacancies. For the non-general funds, staff is recommending increases from revenue totaling 24.8 million and increase in expenditures by a total of 6 million. The adjustments are primarily through pass-through funding, appropriating reserve from fund balance for operating and capital improvement needs, and then also adjusting our impact fees. We don't budget or assume what we're going to receive from impact fees for revenues. So at mid-year, we take the time to see how much money have come in, and then we'll adjust the budget accordingly. That's shown in attachments 2 and 7. For the capital improvement plan budget, we have funding sources totaling just under 50 million. And the funding sources are coming from the state gas taxes, measured CJ funding, loan proceeds, and grants. For our American Rescue Plan, the city has received just under $14 million in ARPA money. From that, council approved a budget for this fiscal year of $10.5 million. Of that amount, 20,000 has actually been expended. And we have just under 160,000 that's encumbered. Although the actuals are low, staff has been working behind the scenes to support the development, design, and implementation of all the projects. The staff hours are not accounted for under the ARPA funding. So that's why the actuals look a little lower, but staff is working on that. Public Works staff is working on design and heating, ventilation and air conditioning, which is our HVAC systems at 4 of our city facilities. The Community Development Department brought forth a contract with Ed Fund West to distribute funds via the Richmond Rapid Response Fund to support rent relief and direct some disbursements for basic needs for Richmond residents. The Economic Development Division of the City Manager's Office is negotiating a contract with a consultant, which is helping to develop a workforce development plan. So there is a lot of work that's happening behind the scenes. It's just not totally captured right now in our actuals for the budget. And here are some pictures for the North Richmond Pump Station and the anticipated MLK Park turfs. The same for reimagining public safety. For our budget for this year, council adopted a $6.4 million budget. Year to date or through December, 352,000 has been expended. And we have about $1 million that's encumbered, so for contracts. So work is happening and they are, staff is working to get this done, to implement all of the programs. I'm going to turn over to Anil.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Anil Comello, Interim Deputy City Manager. During our last meeting on the budget, having to do with fiscal year 21, there was some discussion about the reserves. And in the interest of clarity, wanted to bring this back for your attention, because even though this is not typically a mid-year item. So first of all, I want to say that the reserves are added to or removed simply just once a year. And as you can see from this chart, since 2019 budget, the balances have been listed there in the contingency reserve column, the second last column, with the respective percentage, which is calculated by dividing the contingency reserves based on, and then divided with the budgeted expenditures. Now, in 2021, that amount is $22.5 million, amounting to about 12.5%. I believe the confusion was caused by the chart that we provided in both the June 29th budget action, which was then copied onto the October 26th staff report. That whole chart was a projection of what we might be able to do if we were able to spend, or rather allocate the monies of $15.5 million. As it turns out, between June and December, we were learning that we were required to write off about $10 million from the RHA. And so we did not get to implement the projected amounts as we thought we might be able to. The one word that probably caused a lot of confusion is there was an item that said maintain 14.3%. And that's unfortunate that we left that in. We were on the chart, we had many versions of it. And one of them was to get to 15%. And for a while there, we thought we might be able to get there. But as we were preparing for the June 29th meeting, we realized that there was no way we could balance the budget and get to 15%. So we thought we were going to maintain and try to keep the status as being at 14.3%, assuming we were going to be able to put that money away. So again, that I realized that one word caused the confusion, but we were never at 14.3%. We were at 12.7% at the end of 20. And as a result of action that the council took 2 weeks ago, we are now at around the same percentage, which is 12.5%. Happy to answer any questions you may have. The next slide. So in the next few weeks, there'll be lots of opportunities to, as staff prepares the budget for the budget, to prepare the balanced budget for the next fiscal year, that is fiscal year 22-23. Some of the community meetings that will be budget meetings that will be held include March 16th, March 24th, March 34th, and a RNCC meeting that is yet to be decided. Next. Again, the dates are there. There'll be an opportunity to provide input. And this, of course, is prior to the meetings at the city council meeting, where there'll be also an opportunity for the community to contribute and provide input. Next. So the future priorities for the budget for the city from the fiscal perspective include addressing the pension obligation bond. You'll recall that the council directed staff to research the issue and come up with solutions or options. Active staff is actively researching those options, and we'll be coming back to the council subsequently. But we also need to find a way to fund and implement the class income study. We are right now working on the funding aspect of it. We need to create a capital needs assessment plan in order to get an inventory of all the needs that we have in the city. We are currently carefully monitoring the Measure U revenue stream, and work is continuing on that subject. We'll need to find other ways to enhance revenues. And of course, there's the proposed vacant property tax, as well as the user utility tax that is hopefully going to be on the ballot later this year. We also need to find ways as part of the budget strategy to fund facilities, fleet, information technology, and other infrastructure improvements. And our goal being always to get to the reserve status of 15%. Next. So the action before you today is to review operating and capital improvement budgets at mid-year and adopt a resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 21-22 budget adjustments. With that, staff is happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there questions from council members? Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, staff, for this information, and especially thank you, Anil Comelo, for acknowledge that there were some mistakes and that there is some clarification around that. That is how we are expecting this information to be there. I have some, because I have 5 minutes, I am going through my questions, And then please provide the answers after I finish, so you can have the time. My first question is about the county assessor's decision to reduce the assessment value of Chevron. Had you received any information why this is? Because it seems that you are saying that staff are concerned that the values are not in alignment with the market, and I think this is a good concern, and we need to receive that information. So far we haven't, but that is one question. The other question is, Antonio brought up that we need to fill a gap in the budget with the expenses being higher and the revenues lower, and where will the money to balance this budget, the $33 million, will come from? Also, you mentioned that on February 15th, the City Council take an action about to use the $4.2 million that we had voted to set aside for the reserves. And this money was coming from the surplus that we have in 2020, 2021. But actually reviewing the video of what happened on February 15th, we didn't vote on that, and it's the W1 item. There was a motion by Councilmember McLaughlin, but then we moved on to W2. So I just want to make sure that we do the right things and we clarify, because it's making an assumption that we are going to use that money, but actually the council hasn't voted on that. And if we don't vote it, you cannot use that money. So I just want to make sure that we do the right thing and we have the right procedures. The other part is, I would like, in terms of the pension liability, I would like staff to give us and the public the information about how much the city pays for bargaining unit to pension fund, including the old pension system. Please give us that information. Then the other part is that you mentioned that we are going to have 2.3 million that it was set aside because we needed to pay the lump sum because we just did a MOU with SEIU 1021, Local 21, and the Me Too class, and all of that added to 2.3 million. I want to get a clarification where the 2.3 million is coming from. Because in the October 26, 2021, on page 4 on the agenda report, you mentioned that we will be taking that money from the XX fiscal year 2020-2021 revenues over expenses. But I want to a clarification, is that is still the case, or where this money is coming from? And then you mentioned in another part here in your agenda report that they are some appropriating from reserves. And you had 2 items there: appropriation authority for staff compensation, OTP, for $2.3 million, which I can imagine is for overtime. And then approved reimagining public safety set aside from fiscal year 2020-21 of $1.6 million. And I have a question about that. What is this from reserves when we did not approve it? When the council approved this appropriation from reserve? And I just wanted to say that we approved for reimagining public safety to have $6.3 million, and the funding sources were difference. In the funding sources, there is no any information about appropriation from reserves. And my other three last questions. So I am finished with this. What are the expenses are going up if we have 125 vacancies? What are we doing?
Councilmember, your 5 minutes are up. Why don't?
Can I finish this?
You said you had three
It
more.
won't take.
You
Okay.
said you had 3 more questions.
Yeah, it's just like I won't take more than a minute if you don't interrupt me.
Well, I appreciate you acknowledging you had 5 minutes, but now you're going to take 8. So go ahead.
Well, I think I will go because I think these are important questions for the public to know. So what are we doing? Where is the money going? And I would like to, and thinking about, like, if we have 120 vacancies, why the expense is going up? What is happening in that? And then the other 2 questions is that you mentioned that we have 120 part-time staff without benefits. And I wonder if this practice is following MOU's requirement. How is the city be able to employ people without benefits? And my last comment is that I don't see any more positions in public works to do abatement or co-enforcement, which are the things that the community want to see more. So my question is, what are these positions here? What are these positions not here in the list? And what is the plan to bring more of these positions in the future? Thank you.
So one thing to note is that council members don't have to wait for a city council meeting to ask all their questions. They can contact staff at any time. And so go ahead, Councilor McLaughlin. Well, wait a minute. You want to get answers to all your questions? Why don't we? I'm not sure. Staff, do you want to answer all of Councilmember Jimenez's questions now? No.
Certainly. So we can start. I imagine that other council members may have similar questions. I'll just start with the first one, and Belinda and Antonio can help with some of the other ones. On the issue of the county assessor's office reducing the valuation of the Chevron refinery, I did send him a PRA request, and he did respond. And I was glad to receive his response. And I'll just paraphrase. In short, what he said was that because of the price of oil had gone down, the value of the property was essentially devalued, which is not well. Anyway, that was the answer we got. But the fact is that we are
utility tax.
I'm sorry, what?
Right, Councilmember Jimenez, weren't you talking about the utility tax, or were you talking?
No, we're talking about the property valuation, sir. The property valuation.
You talking about utility tax or property tax?
No, the assess value of Chevron. So Aniel is correct.
Okay, all right.
So that's the reason, Councilmember, what was given to us. Now, if that's logic holds, then the price of gas now has gone up dramatically. So hopefully we'll see a bounce in the value of the property. The other question, well, I'll just take one more, and then Belinda and Antonio, you can respond to some of the other questions. Your question about the $3.9 million gap that we are projecting for this fiscal year, that is being covered, if you will, and we probably should have shown it on that slide, with the set-asides that are being allocated for that purpose. This is the monies that council already approved on June 29, 2021. But Antonio and Belinda, you can expand on that if you so desire.
Right, there were several set-asides, including the 2.34 for the one-time payment that we're at this point appropriating it into the current budget. So a lot of them were approved. Well, they were approved in June 29, but none have been appropriated until now. And I guess as we need them, we'll appropriate them.
In other words, we may actually have an excess, if you will, if we don't use all those allocations that the council has already authorized. You want to take some of the other ones, Belinda or Antonio? So that, I think that also addressed the issue of the 2.3 one-time payment that came from the set aside. You're right. Your recollection is correct, Councilmember Jimenez. It came from from the set aside from the excess of fiscal year 21. Antonio, Belinda, you want to respond to some of the others?
I mean, a lot of the questions were still surrounding the set-asides.
Well, there were also questions about the expenses going up, and because even though we have 125 vacancies.
Some of the expenses that that are going up, we did not include them in the budget when it was originally adopted. Even though council approved it, it wasn't included in the expenditure. So we're making those adjustments. So a lot of that has to do with, I think the numbers are in the transfers out.
On that issue, we may want to provide a more comprehensive response in writing to you and to the rest of the council and put it on the website. Would that be okay, Councilmember?
And then if I may respond to the questions regarding staffing. Right now, the Public Works Director is trying to fill 4 key positions within his team. And with the position that we're transferring, we're requesting to transfer the budget allocation from the city manager's office for that community engagement position to create a deputy public works position. The concept is that position will do an assessment of what is taking place within public works and then come back with essentially a needs assessment from their team and provide comprehensive recommendations to the city council. In the interim, there have been requests that we anticipate bringing forward in March around maintenance aid positions to assist both in public works and in parks as a way to assist them in shoring up. But at this juncture, the Public Works Department is working aggressively with HR to fill the vacancies that they currently have. And then we anticipate trying to add additional positions as we verify the Measure U revenues.
And to answer one of the other questions, Councilmember Jimenez, you asked about the part-time employees, whether we were conducting those hires consistent with the MOUs. They are. The part-time employees have two types of employees. One that are benefited, that are more consistent, working with the city more consistently, and then those that work on a part-time or temporary basis, such as in the summer, and they do not receive benefits. And yes, there is part of the MOU. So we are in fact honoring the MOU as written. I'm sorry, those are all the questions I seem to have written. I think you had a question about the $4.2 million in RHA. That's what I have written. It was, in fact, I see your point. We'll need to have the city attorney's office, the city clerk's office advise us on whether or not it was done correctly. And if it's not done correctly, then we will, of course, bring it back to you for approval.
And
Okay.
I think, if I may, the last item that was approved for the year end, the logic was to try to have a true up there. And so there's a full acknowledgement that this is a work in progress, and we'll be working with the finance department to bring things to council in a clearer, more transparent manner.
Thank you. I think like the question that we haven't answered is the approved reimagining improvement safety set aside the $1.6 million.
Wait, Councilmember, you're far exceeding your time. Let's go to Councilmember McLaughlin.
And I'll follow up offline.
Okay, I have one question, and I'm also going to restate that question about reimagining public safety. But the question I have is, in our budget policies and priorities, we talked about how any unused funding in any department, and I know this won't happen until the end of the fiscal year, any unused money in any department. And in this, I would assume we're not going to be able to fill all 125 vacancies, although if you can, I'm all for it, in the next several months before June 30th. But I assume there's going to be a lot of additional money funding that was set into departments for these hiring, for these positions that are vacant, that were not able to be filled. And yes, we want those budgeted for we likely will want those budgeted for the next year as well, but still the money that is acquired and not spent during this fiscal year will be the whole purpose in the priorities and policies documents we approved was that they will be put back into the general fund as an unidentified general fund monies. And so my question is that I think will lend us to having close, if not the entire 15%. I mean, so the question is, will that bring us to a more complete? I mean, I realize there's many more needs and we might want to spend them, but we are wanting to get our reserves at or close to 15. So will that be done by staff as per our approved priorities and policies and brought to us when we get that next fiscal year budget, so we know how much is being in this unidentified general fund, and we can make that determination if we want to use it to bulk up our reserves again. So that's one question. And I do want to re-ask the question that was asked already, because I too recall that we did, you know, the one point, the public safety money from reimagining public safety was a little over 6 million, if I recall. And I know we didn't have any ARPA funds related to that. And I don't recall us saying, you know, taking it from the reserves. So is that what you are saying? And can you clarify? Because I don't recall it being from the reserves. Are you just saying that? And why isn't it being used the money being taken from the appropriate places that the council authorized? If you could just clarify that.
So Councilmember McLaughlin, I'll start. It is very important for us to follow the City Council's policy direction with the aim of obtaining a 15% reserve level. That's especially important as the size of our general fund has been increasing. So we need to make sure that we have an excess of 2 months of operating costs. I think that I have the same question that you have regarding our expenditures and expenses. And so staff has indicated that they're going to continue to drill down on that. And I think Belinda and Anil have some additional information this evening. But I think what's also transpiring, and I think why we need to really monitor our inflation and the impact of the city, because I know when, you know, all of us go to the store and we buy things cost more. So when you tell a department year after year after year to budget baseline, that actually really can't happen because every year things cost more. So I think what is probably happening is that our costs of doing business are in fact increasing. And so even though we have these vacancies, as we're attempting to procure things, whether it's, you know, a new sweeper or a new top or a new piece of equipment, or if we need to buy lumber to build a fence, or we need to buy sod for a field, or in this instance, like you saw, the East May water bill is, you know, here it is $400,000+ more than we originally anticipated. I think what's happening is that there's been a significant amount of inflation and it hasn't been captured. And so I think what you're seeing this evening is staff is starting to daylight those things, really starting around the utility costs. and then also around some of our overtime. And so I think we are attempting to be more transparent and provide those numbers as they become available. But there's certainly a lot more work to do. And I don't know, Belinda and Anil, if you have more to add specifically regarding the city's vacancy rate and in our expenditures to date.
Well, I'll let Belinda answer that question, but let me just go back to something, the other question that was raised on the 15%. As we prepare, Councilmember McLaughlin, the budget document for 2023, we will provide you with some options. We will provide you with an assessment of what can be potentially put away so that we can get to 15%. And of course, as we did this year, the actual action will happen after the audit of the close as part of the close for fiscal year 22. But we will definitely give you some options.
Okay,
Just a couple.
are you through,
If I
Councilman?
could just follow up a little bit, because I'm still not clear. So I just want to make sure that now if we have let's say, let me just use 100 vacancies. So there's 100 vacancies, and some of them are 6-figure annual salaries, some are 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, I don't know what, but you add up those would have, if we had those positions filled, those salaries would have been going out every 2 weeks, and they're not. So there's a lot, because they're empty. So there's a lot of money that is going to be built up. I realize that there's other unexpected expenses and such, but it would be good to, at the end of the year, the fiscal year, as we're going through the budget, to have that information, how much money in each department, and based on positions that were filled, that if filled would have had such and such a salary, just some sort of how much, because they're funded. So you have a funded amount attached to each vacant position. So it would be good to know how much has not been spent over the course of the year. And yes, it would be good to know, some recommendations on whether we put some of it into the reserves or what. But the other thing I don't think we got an answer on the reimagining. Is that something you have to check into? Or you just took the money from it says that you took 1.6 million from reserves for this funding. Is that not correct or correct?
Let me try to clarify.
3, yeah.
The correct amount should have been 1.3. I believe the staff report was updated. The attachment 3 was not updated. What was actually approved back on June 29th was a set aside of 1.3 for reimagining public safety. Again, attachment 3 was incorrect. The staff report more generally has it at appropriation of previously approved set-asides from fiscal year 2021 totaling 3.9. But the original set-aside is 1.3. The 1.6 amount is incorrect.
So when
and basically, but it didn't come from reserves either way. It came from the excess, not reserves, just to be clear.
It didn't come from the reserves. It came from the excess.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay.
What's the difference?
Yeah, what could you explain the difference?
Belinda, can you please answer that question? Because I feel like the position question.
So staff came to council, it looks like in June, with was at the $15.5 million in anticipated surplus excess revenue over expenditures. At that time, the plan for that money was 1.3 to go to reimagining public safety, 1.7 for the community facility improvements. It was 2.3 for the one-time staff compensation, some write-offs toward housing authority, And at the time, hoping to put some toward additional funding into reserves.
So you're saying out of that 15 million that was unexpected by staff, but was in excess, those were the delineations we made. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
And then as far as the positions goes, yes, we should have some savings, but just know that the vacancy number fluctuates from month to month. So right now we're standing at 125, but at the end of December, the number was lower. So the number fluctuates based on employees being hired, employees retiring, so on and so forth. So there's a fluctuation there. But yes, overall, with that many vacancies as an average, we should have some savings. We did budget, I think 3.2, assuming that we would not spend all or fill all of the positions and have them all filled the whole time. There was something that was placed in the budget already to reduce the actual salary line by over $3 million to capture some of that savings. So some of that savings was already captured in the beginning of the budget process or during the budget process. But yes, we still think something should be saved. There should be some savings at the end of the fiscal year, which is when we come back and do our year-end cleanup and let you know what we show as excess. And then council makes a decision on whether or not you want to put it toward reserves or another, item.
Okay, thank you.
Other council members have questions. I don't see any other hands. Is there anybody else with a hand up that I don't see? I have one question. You talked about the $1 million allocated to the Richmond Rapid Response Fund. Is there some kind of a contract that delineates what that money goes for and how it's accounted for?
Ms. Velasco, are you available to answer that question?
I am. Yes, Mayor Butt, and the contract actually came, or at least 600,000 of the 1 million, which would be for the direct disbursements to Richmond residents, came to the council, I believe, at the February 15th meeting. And that includes a scope of work, budget, and reporting requirements.
That was approved by the city council?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the date?
I believe it was March 15th. I'm happy to send you an email with the item number.
And Lena, can you also include to the entire council the other links on the website that you've put for the other contracts?
Yes, I will do that.
Mayor, but if I also want to add that I am particularly concerned with our vacancy rate. And so I think it's important that the council understand that historically, I do not believe this is a number that the city has closely monitored. Teresa, under her leadership in the HR department, they began providing this data. And so it may be that for a significant period of time, our vacancy rate was used as a mechanism to close the gap in our budget, but it wasn't really accounted for. So I know that Anil made the recommendation and you all approved starting to utilize approximately a 4% vacancy rate. And it may be that that number is too conservative. And so there is likely going to be we're likely going to always have some level of vacancy, but it certainly does appear as though without additional comprehensive information that your point around all of you making the point around if we were to fill all of these positions, it doesn't appear as though that is completely viable at this point based on the revenue that we have. So I think what we need to do is we don't want to suggest freezing any positions. We don't think that that's ever prudent. And so what we think it's important to do is to continue to fill positions and to do so in a manner that aligns with your policy guidance and to closely monitor and track our expenditures and revenue and continue to update you on a monthly basis.
Okay, if there are no more questions from council members, let's go to public speakers.
We have one public speaker, Naomi Williams. Naomi, you may start.
Okay, all I want to do, I had one question. In the position change that you have several people, seven vacancies or changes, and you have one promotion, but I see no money in that. You stop putting money when there's a promotion or change or something in that position change on that chart. That's a question.
Are we able to answer? Should we answer? I'm not sure what the protocol is. Mayor Butts, excuse me.
You can go ahead and answer it if you have an answer.
Yeah, so when we have changes, for example, the promotions that you're referring to, ma'am, yes, we do budget that amount, the delta, the difference between the position that the person previously held and the new position. It's part of the budget approval, budget recommendations as part of this budget approval.
Okay, but you don't show it. Why don't you show the money part? You used to.
It's under attachment summary of mid-year request. You're included in that list.
Oh, I don't have that list.
Okay, are there any other public speakers? Wow.
Yeah, but I just want to acknowledge that if we can certainly get that to Ms. Williams.
Okay, thank you. So I guess we're looking for a motion. Does anybody have a motion to approve?
I'm sorry, Mayor, but we do have one more speaker.
Okay, go ahead.
The speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you may start.
Mayor and council members. I just had a couple questions that I'm hoping somebody can help clarify. It seems in reviewing the slide numbers on the reimagining public safety, they had 7.9 million approved, and then there was a mid-year adjustment adding this 4.9 million, which is basically the excess expenditure. And I tried to go through the transcript to try to better understand when that 4.9 million was approved and what exactly it was approved for. I recall Anil mentioning that a lot of it went towards YouthWorks, which is a great program, but I know a lot of members in the community are concerned with why those jobs are going to places outside of Richmond and to private businesses versus going to jobs within Richmond with taxpayer money. So it would be great if we could get a better understanding around that, as well as the primary cause of the fire overtime. And I just think it might be useful going forward if there's a big chunk of surplus money again come June 30th, that perhaps you not sit there and divvy it out and spend it until after you have your audit completed, because that's where we got into this mess again this year and now couldn't fund our reserves up to the 14.3% as you had anticipated. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve a motion one way or another? Well, I don't see a motion.
I'll move the budget review.
Okay.
Adjustments.
Motion by McLaughlin, second by Johnson. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Vice Mayor Martinez, you have a comment?
Yeah. Will the approval of this budget grandfather in, for lack of a better word, the questions that were brought up by council member Jimenez about things that we discussed but did not approve? So in approving this, we're approving what wasn't done in the past. Is that correct?
Well, Anil and Belinda, feel free to interject, but I think that the nomenclature and the language in the previous staff reports prior to the closeout of fiscal year 2021, the language in those staff reports was not ideal. We ask the city council to approve essentially your audit and the associated requests from the auditor in order to rectify the city's unknown receivable from the Housing Authority, which took place. And so at this juncture, what I'm suggesting is that we answer all of the council members' questions in writing, that we acknowledge in writing if mistakes were made, and we indicate clearly in the future what should have been the best practice, and that we ask you to approve the item before you this evening, because at this juncture, as you all are aware, we're having an incredibly difficult time retaining staff and recruiting staff. And it's very important that we signal to staff that we're committed to a continuous path of improvement, and that we recognize that we've got a lot of work to do, and we'll continue to provide you your monthly budget updates. And that we certainly do need to approve this item tonight. I apologize, Councilmember Martinez, that my answer is so long.
Well, I still don't think you've answered my question, which was, in approving this, are we approving issues that were not approved previously?
I think that, and Belinda and Anil, feel free to interject, but my supposition is that based on your approval of the closeout of fiscal year 2021, that those things have been addressed, but they may not have been in alignment completely with your expectations. And that you likely already approved them. Belinda and Anil, please clarify for these items around fiscal year 2021, because what we're bringing you here this evening is for the current fiscal year from July 1 to December 31st. That's what we're talking about this evening.
So it's my understanding that council has approved the set-asides that we have included in this budget. The only change that took place I'm aware of for what council had previously approved was for an additional amount to go to reserves. And that didn't happen because the money was spent to cure the RHA deficit or write-off. So that was the only change. The other changes that have to do with reimagining public safety and the compensation set aside and all the other things that we have included in this budget, it's my understanding that it was already approved by council.
So for example, the staff received what was approved by council, and that was budgeted. And for example, initially it was a lump sum, and then it gets broken out by general fund and non-general fund. And so those are the sorts of things that will be continuing to come forward as cleanup items as needed. But I think it's very important that that the council understand that the item before you here is just for that 6-month period.
That's correct.
And that we're just at mid-year. So it's unfortunate that this is delayed, right? So we're in March now, but we're really talking about what happened in the end of the holiday period.
That's correct.
You done, Vice Mayor? Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, pretty quickly. I think it's not just some corrections, it's a lot of corrections. Like for instance, like attached number 3, it says that appropriating from reserves, the reimagining public safety, which is not, is a mistake, right? Then we didn't approve you guys to, like, city council didn't vote to move the $4.2 million. We need to fix that. And there is other details. So I just want to make sure, like, I know you have been working really hard. Thank you so much for all the work, but it's still a lot of details that don't add up in the best way. So for me, I know that we need to approve this, but I don't feel comfortable approving this with all these errors that needs to be resolved. And Thank you.
Okay, can I make a suggestion? Since,
Well, I was gonna make a friendly amendment. I don't know if that would bring Councilmember Jimenez on board voting for this or not, and she doesn't have to agree, of course. But I was gonna say that this is approving the budget adjustments with the understanding that the 4.2 million that was utilized from the reserves for the RHA write-off should have been brought to city council before such a decision was made, even if it was to require a special meeting or to request a special meeting. With that understanding that that shouldn't happen and shouldn't happen in the future, and also that it's corrected that the 1.6 million from the reserves came from, should be saying that it came from the excess money or whatever the wording was used. It wasn't from the reserves, to have that corrected. And then I'm unclear on what, there is an issue of 2.3 million from excess. So was that the 2.3 from excess funding? I'm not sure what that means, but that was something that that I'm unclear on. I don't know if that has to, it was discussed briefly, so I don't know if maybe it was Councilmember Jimenez who brought it up. Do you recall that, Councilmember Jimenez? And could
Yeah, I think my question was, there is a $2.3 million that we, city council voted to pay for the lump sums and the Me Too. And we approve it from the surplus, right? So I want to make sure is from the surplus, or where is, like, if that money for sure is coming from the surplus or not. And if not, where is that money coming from?
So what's the answer to that question? And maybe if we need to put that in the motion as well, I'd be happy to.
That's coming from the 15 million that you originally voted on. 2.3 of that was for
that, Belinda? What is that called? What are you calling it as the budgetary staff?
So I'm calling it the excess.
The excess, okay.
Right.
So
and
just so we all use
before it
the
goes
same
to
language.
reserve, it was the excess that was voted to go and pay for something else. And then the
So
rest
there's
of it. Yeah.
Okay, so there's the excess and there's the reserves, not to be confused. But so it came from the excess, and is that clear? I mean, as if we're approving this, we just want to make sure everything is correct. So, you know, a year from now, well, you approved that from the reserves. No, it was approved from the excess. So are you getting all this input? Yeah.
Had you not approved the money to come from that source, had you not approved that expenditure, it would have gone to reserves.
Okay, but it did come from the excess. So if we
Right.
could have that clarified in the resolution or in the statement about this mid-year adjustment budget.
So for fiscal year 2021, you had excess revenue. Revenue exceeded expenditures.
Okay.
And at this time that this came to before you, it was in excess of $15 million.
Mm-hmm. And could you break it down how we utilize that 15?
So 1.3 was for an appropriation to go toward reimagining public safety.
So sorry, Belinda, Director Brown, may I interrupt you? Antonio he had actually that chart ahead. Could you put it up if you wouldn't mind, if you can share your screen? That way it'd be easy for Belinda to look at it and also for the council to follow. If not, I can put it up. I believe you just sent it to me some time ago.
You're muted, Antonio.
That's just a snippet from the staff report from June 29th, and that chart was included in that staff report. Can't make it much bigger the way I did it here. I'm sorry.
I see it. I see it.
So, Councilmember McLaughlin, if you're going to propose a friendly amendment, can you
Can I
restate
clarify?
exactly what that
Yeah.
is?
So I just want to make it clear that the so this is approving the mid-year budget with adjustments, with the understanding that the 4.2 million that was utilized from the reserves for the write-off to RHA should have come to the council, and that mistake doesn't happen again. And also that that the 1.6 million, and I don't know if it is incorrect, but I've just heard my colleagues talk about the 1.6 million to our RPS, Richmond, is from, is it saying it's from reserves? I guess in one of the reports, it was saying it was from the reserves. So it just needs to be clear that the 1.6 from, it's 1.3 here actually from excess. 1.3 reimagining public safety came from the excess funding from the previous fiscal year, I'm guessing. So it's just making the correction. So yes, it's to approve the budget with the understanding that corrections as stated by council are recorded as part of this mid-year budget adjustment.
So I can't remember who the maker of the motion was. Who was that?
Me.
Oh, well, so you don't need to offer a friendly amendment. You're
So
just,
it's not a friendly amendment. It's just an additional part of the motion.
okay. So before we take a vote on that, I've just got a couple of comments. One of them is that I don't really accept this notion that excess revenue is different from reserves. That sounds like voodoo economics to me. I mean, at the end of the day, what you have in reserves is what you don't spend. And trying to delineate between reserves and excess revenue it just doesn't make any sense, especially when we are still budgeting reserves that are below our target. Why would you do that? Why would you have a reserve budget that's below your target and then spend money out of excess income? I mean, it's crazy. So that's one of my concerns. The second concern I have, which is why I'm not going to support this motion, is the amount of money going to reimagining public safety. I heard part of the presentation said that 4.9 million was going to reimagining public safety. And then I heard that 1.32 million was being transferred from the general fund to planning and building for the reimagining public safety unhoused intervention. And, you know, we have not been a good steward of these unhoused intervention programs. We've wasted $1.5 million basically perpetuating homeless camps instead of rehousing people. And the two contractors who are recipients of those funds have not been able to account where the funds went.
That's
So
not true. That's
well, they haven't, Councilor McLaughlin. Well, if you've
Mayor,
got an audit, show it to me.
yeah. Mayor Butt, there have been constant reports, staff oversees their contract, and the people that you utilize who go into your apartments that you have identified through the Rotary Club, they have been people that have been engaged with and prepared for the next step in their life by SOS through their contract. There's all kinds of data. We get a report from Reimagining once a month. I do not think there is a lack of accountability. That's my answer.
Okay, I don't want to get in a big argument about it, but I want to say that HCEB's contract required them to conduct weekly censuses and provide a lot of other detailed information. So So at the end of the day, they provided maybe 4 or 5 of them. We have no idea where they spent the money. And the other contract that is with Rebuilding Together North, Rebuilding Together East Bay North, I haven't seen any accounting from anything they've done. So we can agree.
Mayor Butt, if I may, your Ms. Velasco did send an email with the information that you've requested. So I understand that the council is obviously in the meeting and you haven't been able to review it. Would it make sense for, through the mayor as the chair, I think it's very important that the city council is on board with the budget. And I hear that there's some cleanup work that needs to happen and that clearly the council has higher expectation and needs some additional clarity. So I would suggest, if I may, through the clerk and through the mayor, I don't know if this is the appropriate language, but maybe we continue this item to March 15th. So finance can take another pass at getting the documents in better shape to meet the city council's expectations.
I will withdraw my motion if the council wants to go that direction. I'm fine with it.
Okay, thank you. I certainly think that's what needs to happen.
So we'll continue it. And while I've still got the floor, I just want to say that I have other concerns about reimagining public safety. And they are that there are allegations, and I believe they are true, that the organization is constantly violating the Brown Act for holding secret meetings, that they are constantly violating the California Public Records Act by not disclosing public records requests, and that they are bringing people into the organization that are not appointed. So I think that organization has a lot of problems. I know you all support it. I know that my complaints aren't going to go anywhere. I've been complaining about this for several weeks. Staff's done nothing. And, as long as that's the practice, I'm not going to support any budget. So we're going to continue this for a week, and we're going to move on to the next item.
Can I say something, please?
Well, no.
To clarify, we approved $6.3 million for the
we're done debating
safety report, and this is like what the money is coming from. So if we have a better way to present this budget, you can have this information, because we approved $6.3 million, and I don't believe that we have been passing that budget. So stop telling the lies to people here or wrong information. Let's put the data and let's talk about this on March 15th. Thank you.
Well, Councilmember, you can vote for it, but we're gonna move on to the next item.
So Mayor Budd, our intention is to clarify the date that we're going to aim for is March 15th, which gives staff essentially one more week to work on this before the documents have to be public. If it is not ready to go in time to meet the city clerk's review process, and if it hasn't been reviewed by the city attorney's office, staff in the finance department will need to continue the item again until March 22nd. My expectation is a result of this meeting that they will meet the deadline. Thank you.
Okay, well, I hope you'll also take up the illegal acts by the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. Okay, so let's going to move on. I think the next one is item Q1. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Item Q1 under public hearings pursuant to public notice. It's time to hold a public hearing to receive public comment on a proposal to rename Baseball Diamond Field number 2 and Nickel Park to Willie Mays Baseball Field, and adopt a resolution.
Councilmember Bates, this is your item. Do you want to introduce?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Recreation and Parks Commission requested that I support and present this item because I guess my athletic background and knowing some people in San Francisco that can facilitate this. But we do have, as I think, Joey Smith, who is the chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission, as well as Marilyn and maybe Eleanor, that may have signed up to speak. So I think it's a no-brainer. This is an excellent opportunity to recognize a Hall of Famer and a national figure that have contributed significantly to the city of Richmond through our Richmond baseball program. And Willie Mays is 90 years of age. He and I are the same age. He will be celebrating his 91st birthday, May the 7th, May the 6th. And we thought it would be excellent to dedicate part of the Nickel Park field in his honor and bring him over and show him how much we love him and we appreciate his contribution. So if Joey, Madam Clerk, if Joey Smith, the chairman of the Recreation and Parks Commission is on the line, could you allow her to have a couple of comments, please?
Sure.
Joey Lee Fisher Broker?
Joey Lee.
I beg your pardon? Do you mean Joey Smith?
Joey Smith, there she is.
Okay, Joey Smith.
Hi.
Hi, Joey.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
It's all good. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Joey Smith. I am the chair of the Recreation and Parks Commission currently. Councilmember Bates is absolutely correct that we received a request from Mr. Cavness a little bit ago to have this ball field, which didn't have a name, it was just Ball Field 2, renamed in honor of Willie Mays for all the good that he has done for the city of Richmond. We've gone through the process of reaching out to all who are in the neighborhoods. We have worked with the mayor's office. We've worked with Councilmember Bates to get us connected properly with Mr. Mays, as well as connected with the city of San Francisco. We are in the process of making this happen. We just need to make sure we've got the full blessing of the city council to make sure that we are able to give this great man the acknowledgement that he is well long overdue. He's done so much for people through his own personal philanthropy with scholarships. I know people whose sons have gone to college because of those scholarships. He has made such great moves with the March of Dimes, with members of our city. So it made absolute sense to honor this gentleman, this athlete, this philanthropist. If you have any further questions, I will do my best to answer.
Are there any questions from city council members? I don't see any. I will open the public hearing, and we are supposed to hear from alternately from supporters and non-supporters. I doubt if we'll see any non-supporters, but do we have public speakers, Madam?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, let me add one other point. Is the intent and the plan is to ferry Mr. Mays from San Francisco to Richmond and to have him escorted through a parade, a caravan to Nickel Park, where the dedication will take place. And we're looking to include the Elsa Brandy Boys and Girls Club, the Salesian Boys and Girls Club, the PAL program, and several other youth, including the Girls Club of Richmond. So that is the intent. And we would like to have the blessing of the city council as we proceed in that direction. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and call the public speakers.
Okay, we do not have any public speakers.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I'll close the public hearing, and any further comments or questions from council members? I'd be looking for a motion.
I move the item.
Move.
I'm sorry. I'll give it to Bates.
So I got a motion from Councilmember Bates, a second from Martinez. Let's call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Thanks for bringing us together, Councilmember Bates.
Thank you very much, all. We appreciate it.
Okay, next item, Q2.
Item Q2 is pursuant to public notice. It's time to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution to rename the South 37th Street Underpass to Juneteenth Freedom Underpass as recommended by the Recreation and Parks Commission at its December 1st, 2021 regular meeting.
There's a staff report.
Hello, good evening. This is Stephanie Nye from the Community Services Department. Good evening and thank you, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Martinez, and members of the City Council. I just wanted to provide a brief overview of the proposal initiated by the Pullman Neighborhood Council. KCRT, are you able to pull up the presentation slides?
Okay, are there, oh, you got a presentation. Go ahead.
Yes, I'll try to be brief. So I want to start off by acknowledging that the slides and photos for tonight's presentation are provided courtesy of Pullman Neighborhood Council. And we could go on to the next screen. So Pullman Neighborhood Council was awarded a Love Your Block mini grant to paint a mural honoring Juneteenth on the south side of the South 37th Street underpass. They're also proposing to rename the South 37th Street underpass to Juneteenth Freedom Underpass in alignment with the mural project. The renaming request only applies to the underpass and not to the street. Next slide, please. So the photo on the top is what the underpass currently looks like, and the bottom shows the concept design for the mural. The concept design reads Juneteenth Freedom Underpass 1865, and the bottom of the mural has wording that honors Gerald Hatchett, a local leader who has played a critical role in preserving and sustaining the Juneteenth Festival in Richmond for over 15 years. And next slide, please. So just as a reminder, the recommended action for tonight is to adopt a resolution to rename the South 37th Street Underpass to Juneteenth Freedom Underpass as recommended by the Recreation and Parks Commission at its December 1st, 2021 regular meeting. And that concludes the overview, and please let me know if you have any additional questions.
Are there questions from council members? Okay, I don't see any, so I will open the public hearing.
There are no public speakers.
There are no speakers?
No public speakers.
I see
I see
speakers.
Well, I see a hand up from Joyce.
I see 3 hands, I'm sorry.
3. The first speaker is phone number ending in 6902. You may begin. And please state your name for the record.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, yes, I'm George Brown, city resident and the vice president of the NBA. And we are definitely looking forward to this year celebration. And we definitely was looking forward to the underpass being a Juneteenth memorial. Well, not a memorial, but a part of the city's history, the history of Juneteenth. And we're desperately needing, well, we know that you guys are gonna vote for it to happen, but definitely we would like it to happen. And Gerald has been an integral part of keeping Juneteenth going. I've been a loyal worker, trying to stay on the committee, stay involved, and we are looking forward to this happening, and definitely appreciate all that you guys been doing anyway You guys work real hard, and we just appreciate you 100%. So, and I know I'm a minister, I preach, but I'm gonna cut it short and let you guys go home. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Whitmore. Linda, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I just want to say a few words about this project. I think that having that I'm Linda Whitmore, and I'm a longtime resident here in Richmond, and I live in the Santa Fe neighborhood. I wanted to say a few words about the Juneteenth mural. I think this would be a great recognition by the city of Richmond of the importance of the Juneteenth holiday and of the many Richmond residents that have organized, coordinated, and kept this day alive. Even when the city could not contribute, they still found a way to keep this going, even during COVID. So I think that for you to vote yes to have this done would say a lot to as for our city in recognition. I also think this would be a great way for us. We just ended, if it had been one more day, it would have been during Black History Month. We can still think of it as during Black History Month because it's Black history all year long. And so I would encourage you to vote yes for the mural on in recognition of Juneteenth. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joey Schlemmer. Joey, you may begin.
Hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Joey Schlemmer, Richmond resident, retired Richmond police captain, and I'm also an NBA board member. I urge you to approve the renaming of the 37th Street underpass in honor of Juneteenth. This has been a long-standing portion of the Juneteenth parade route, which ends in Nickel Park with the annual festival. It also bifurcates several of our prominent South Side neighborhoods, which I think doesn't get recognized as often as they should. The Pullman neighborhood with Naomi Williams, the Park Plaza neighborhood, and Laurel Park, just to name a few. Also, I just wanted say that I have been honored for close to the last 10 years, working closely with the NBA board, most notably Gerald Hatchett, who took on a lot of the work himself and a lot of the financing when things were short, and a lot of the Juneteenth celebration wouldn't be what it is without Gerald. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonas Julin. Jonas, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Jonas, 12-year Richmond Pullman neighborhood resident. I had the honor and pleasure of working with the Pullman Neighborhood Council in this project, and I just wanted to echo what everybody said, as well as just add that this idea started, a few years ago, and having Juneteenth become a federal holiday was just icing on the cake. So, we couldn't be happier that happened. And then I just want to also acknowledge that, Juneteenth, the future of United States Independence Day celebrations are going to be Juneteenth. Juneteenth is the real Independence Day, and and as we become more educated and aware of its importance, I believe that this will be the new Independence Day. And hey, maybe we can have some fireworks for Juneteenth as well. Maybe we can move the 4th of July fireworks to Juneteenth if this is something you like. This is an idea that you like. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Worley. Susan, you may begin.
Hi, this is Susan Worley. I live in Richmond. I'm a retired teacher, and some of you know me. If you know me, you know one of the reasons why I would heartily support painting such a mural. I think murals are an important way for people to learn and share history. Juneteenth is a really important part of American history, and it's kind of about time that people recognize the fact that we may be a lot of different cultural groups and had a lot of different history, but this is an important part of America. So yes to the mural, and yes that it would be for Juneteenth. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
I'd like to speak, Mr. Mayor. I think my hand is up.
Okay, go ahead.
And Joey's hand is up as well.
Go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
Oh, I wanted to echo the comments of several of the speakers, and also to congratulate the group for coming forward with this recommendation. Gerald Hatchett is going to be celebrating his 70th birthday this coming Friday. And he has been a pillar, although he doesn't live in the city of Richmond, but he has been a pillar within the city of Richmond. Some of you know that he was formerly employed with Sims Mill. And without their financial contribution and support over the years, I question if our Juneteenth celebration would have been as successful. As you can see, Sims has just got through working with the Joe Leach and the Public Works Department to clean up the city. So that company has been a very prominent and contributing company that reaches out and help and lend assistance financially to many causes within the city of Richmond, and especially Juneteenth. So my congratulations. I think this is a well-deserved honor. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, I've seen a hand up from Joy Smith. Did she want to speak?
On the panelists?
Joy, you got a hand up. Did you want to speak as a part
Yes,
of?
please.
Okay, well, let's get her input before we take this to a vote. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so very, very much. As many of you know, I moved to the city of Richmond in 2004. It was right around election time, so I didn't know that you all did Juneteenth. But I got involved with BWAPA and was told not long before the actual parade, hey, we're going to be in the Juneteenth parade. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, y'all have that here? Wonderful. I was thrilled. I have not missed a single Juneteenth here in the city of Richmond since I've been living here, and that's been 17 years. So just imagine how elated I was when Miss Stephanie Nye brought this proposal to our commission. I'm thrilled with it. Thank you very much for the consideration. Thank you to everyone who spoke and who put this before us. I encourage you, if you have any second thoughts, change them, make them right, and let's have this go forward. Thank you for the floor.
Okay, I think we're ready for a motion now.
I'll move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, motion by Johnson. Is there a second?
Second that.
Okay, second by Jimenez. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Of course.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Now, I know Reverend Brown didn't say, so I'm not gonna say, but this upcoming Juneteenth, just wait on it. It's gonna be amazing. Just like the other.
Okay, next item is Q3. Would you read that, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Item Q3, pursuant to public notice, is a public hearing to adopt a resolution denying the appeal and affirming the Planning Commission's conditional approval of a conditional use permit and design review to operate and establish a Dollar Tree retail store greater than 3,000 square feet in size within the CM-4 commercial mixed use gateway node zoning district at 12300 San Pablo Avenue.
So before we get into this, we don't do appeals very often, so I want to remind people the protocol. So we'll have a staff report. We'll have questions from the council. I'll open the public hearing, and we'll have 8 minutes for the appellant, for one person from the appellant group to make a statement. We'll have 8 minutes for the opponent of the appeal to make a statement. We'll hear from public speakers, alternating between a speaker in favor and a speaker opposed. And then at the end of that, we'll have an appellate's rebuttal for 2 minutes. We'll have an opponent's rebuttal for 2 minutes. I'll close the public hearing. We'll have any additional questions or comments from council members, and we'll vote. So let's start off with the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Butt. KCRT, can I ask your assistance in sharing the PowerPoint? I'm having technical difficulties with my computer. So Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. With me this evening is Hector Lopez, Senior Planner, as well as Sam Tabibia of Fair and Peers, who will be doing the staff presentation this evening. So if KCRT can share the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and member of the City Council. My name is Hector Lopez from the Planning Department. The following is an item, is an appeal of the Planning Commission decision to approve a conditional use permit and design review for a new Dollar Tree store located at 12300 San Pablo Avenue. Next slide. The recommended action is to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution denying the appeal and affirming the Planning Commission conditional use permit approval of a conditional use permit and design review for a Dollar Tree store at 12300 San Pablo Avenue. Next slide. Yeah, the project proposal is basically a request for a conditional use permit and design review for a Dollar Tree retail store greater than 3,000 square feet in size. 10,000 square feet is proposed. It includes building renovations and site improvement at 12300 San Pablo Avenue. Next slide. The site is located at the northeast corner of Barrett Avenue and San Pablo Avenue. The parcel is developed and contains an existing 15,000 square foot commercial building located at the southern portion of the site with surface parking to the north. Next slide. The zoning of the site is CM4, commercial mixed use. It is located at the corner of Barrett, which is a gateway node. The site is located at the purple area within the map that is being shown there. Next slide. The proposed site improvement involve upgrade of the existing building, new upgraded parking lot with landscaping and lighting, new perimeter fencing, trash enclosure, site signage, and street trees. Next slide. Yeah, on August 25th, 2021, the Design Review Board reviewed the project, but continued the item in order for the applicant to address certain concerns related to the proposed design. The applicant revised the project, and on September 22nd, 2021, the board voted to recommend approval of the design to the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
Okay, here I have your cell phone.
On November 4, 2021, the Planning Commission held a public hearing to consider the conditional use permit and design review During the hearing, some neighbors expressed their opposition to the project. The opposition related mostly to the proximity of other similar stores, other Dollar Tree store. Also, the store, basically, there was an allegation that this type of store have basically unfair labor practices to other retailers, crime associated with discount store, competition with small businesses, parking storage in the area, and noise from delivery trucks and vehicles in general. And the last one is traffic congestion. Next slide. At the meeting, the Planning Commission requested staff to draft new and revised conditions for approval of the project based on comments raised during the public hearing regarding delivery truck noise, fencing adjacent to residential uses, and operational limitations, such as modified hours of operation. The Planning Commission suggested to the applicant to incorporate new conditions. The new conditions or approval that were part of the conditional use permit included the arrival time of trucks to be no earlier than 6 a.m. and no later than 9 p.m. with prohibition of truck hailing during loading. The other condition that was added was a new 8-foot tall wood fence to be constructed along the loading zone and behind the trash enclosure with landscape shrubs along the northern portion of the site. The new fence will be placed along the full length of the parking lot abutting residential properties. The other condition was that the light in the parking lot will be shielded and directed downward so that no light trespassing onto adjacent residential properties. The other condition was that the trash enclosure should be relocated to the northern portion of the site. The last one was that the applicant was required to adjust the placement of the two ADA parking stalls to avoid any conflict with the truck turning radius during departure and arrival. Next slide. On January 6, 2022, the Planning Commission heard the item again, whereby the applicant made additional modification, including to further reduce potential noise impacting adjacent residential properties. The applicant relocated the trash enclosure to the north portion of the site within the parking lot. To avoid any conflict with the turning radius, the applicant adjusted the placement of the ADA parking. The other suggestion has to do with to improve security. The applicant was required to reach the police department, and the police department suggested to the applicant some changes, such as placement of bollard at the project store entrance, and mark the store front entrance parking stall as loading zone only. The applicant will continue the discussion with the police department regarding additional security improvements. The applicant also reduced the sign letter size from 30 inches to 28 inches letter for the San Pablo Avenue frontage. In response to public comment made regarding potential traffic impact, the city hired a consultant, Fierce and Peer, to do a peer review of the traffic analysis that was originally prepared by the applicant consultant, W. Trans. Fierce and Peer agree with the finding and the conclusion of the original analysis by W. Trans. After discussion, the project was approved by the Planning Commission. There's a resolution there, resolution in attachment 2. Next slide. On January 18, 2022, Jim Hanson filed an appeal on behalf of the Richmond High Neighborhood Council. The appeal object to the applicant commission conditional approval of the conditional use permit and design review. The applicant asserts that the Planning Commission conditions of approval inadequately mitigate potential adverse impact of an intensive commercial use within a residential neighborhood and surrounding area. The City Council may affirm, modify, or reverse the original decision. The City Council will review whether the underlying decision is supported by substantial evidence or constitutes an abuse of discretion. The appellate body review is limited to the issues raised in the petition. In this case, there are 7 issues raised by the appellant. Number 1, traffic safety measures are inadequate at this location, including 800 or more vehicles exiting daily into a fast 180 on-ramp lane. Staff response to that question number 1. The traffic issues raised in the appeal were first reviewed by a traffic engineer hired by the applicant. Subsequently, the city hired a traffic consultant, First and Peer, to conduct a peer review. Fair and Peer concluded that the methodologies were consistent with the city and Contra Costa Transportation Authority requirements. The peer review determined that the projects constitute a local servant retail use and will have a less than significant impact on traffic volumes. It should be noted that the applicant cited the incorrect traffic volume numbers. The project will generate an average of 600 net new daily trips, including 14 new trips during the peak morning hour and 55 new trips during the peak evening hours. The project driveway has adequate sight distance and proper spacing from Beverly Avenue, and trucks will be able to complete and maneuver on site to access the loading area. We have Sam Tabimnia, the traffic engineer from Fair and Peer, is here to further clarify any traffic issue that you may have. Sam?
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sam Tabibnia with Fair and Peers, and we did peer review of the original traffic study that was done by W-Trans for the analysis. Can we go to the next slide, please? So just a little bit about the traffic analysis that was done. Basically, the purpose of the traffic analysis is to look at the impacts of a development project on traffic congestion and also traffic safety. And there are objective standards that we use to determine that if the project has an impact or an effect on those issues. For example, we look at if the project would generate traffic that adds to queues, cars that are backed up, or if there is for example, for safety, if there is issues with sight lines at the driveway. Based on our review of the analysis that was originally done, we generally agree with the findings. We had a few comments on the original analysis. As a result of that, the parking lot was reconfigured to better accommodate both cars and trucks. And we also recommended to revise the automobile trip generation, which is the traffic that's generated by the project. And as a result of that, the project generates a little bit less traffic on a daily basis, but a little bit more during both the morning and the evening peak hours. Again, what the Contra Costa Transportation Authority, as well as City of Richmond, use as a threshold to evaluate project impacts are if a project generates 100 or more trips during a peak hour. And the project, even with the revised trip generation, generates less than that, so it does not meet the threshold for analysis. Next slide, please. Some of the conclusions that were in the original report that we also agree with is that traffic coming out of the project driveway on San Pablo should be turning left should be prohibited, so all traffic would need to turn right. We also agreed that the project would have pretty minimal impacts on traffic congestion as well as safety. Basically, the project adds about 60 peak hour trips to San Pablo Avenue. And the existing traffic volume on San Pablo Avenue, this is actually pre-pandemic, I believe it's 2019, is about 1,700 cars per hour. So this is about 3-4%. So it's usually we expect about a 5 to 10% fluctuation on the day-to-day traffic, and this is less than that. So so we are not expecting this project to affect traffic congestion or safety at the site. There's also the project driveway is located at a fairly good location between Barrett and the freeway on-ramps. It has sight lines, good sight lines that actually exceed the standards for traffic turning into and out of the project. And there is also where the driveway is located between Barrett and the ramps. There is enough space for cars that are coming out to basically to figure out what lane they need to get into to move forward. Next slide, please. And another issue that was brought up was the potential for project-generated traffic to cut through the adjacent neighborhood. There is a potential for traffic to go through the neighborhood, primarily because of the prohibition on left turns out of the project driveway. We are estimating that it would be probably around 15 to 25 cars during the peak hours that would go on those adjacent streets. And they would primarily go on Roosevelt Avenue and McLaughlin Street. So this is about a car every 2.5 to 4 minutes. And that's not, it really doesn't change the traffic patterns in the area. So as a result of that, we are not recommending any improvements on those streets at this time. And I think that's all. I think Hector.
Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, okay, number 4 is that no time limit on delivery trucks, which means they can unload during the evening. Staff respond, the project provide adequate protection to the adjacent residential property associated with delivery truck noise. Conditions of approval have been crafted to minimize delivery impacts on residential property north of the loading zone, including installing a new 8-foot tall fence, adding a row of hedge species in front of the fence, adding acoustical absorbing material to the fence, and limiting the delivery hours as provided. Timely specific, number 5, timely specific effective measure to control delivery, docks, and other noise, including sound absorbing wall. Conditions of approval have been crafted to minimize the impact of delivery of the residential property north of the loading zone. All Dollar Tree distribution truck delivery shall arrive no earlier than 7 a.m. and no later than 9 p.m. Next slide. There's also an issue that was raised that the size of the lettering was too excessive. The tenant asserts that the lettering should not be more than 24-inch high, basically. They're proposing 28 inches, so 4 inches more. Given the fact that this is a commercial property and located on an arterial street, the lettering's dimensions are not significantly higher than that will create any conflict or affect, basically. It's pretty much, very consistent with surrounding signs, particularly we can say the Planet Fitness signs about this, maybe greater in size than this proposed sign. So we don't see that as a major issue. The number 7, total the parking lot lighting and sign brightness levels, which is in lumens, wasn't available. But this information has been provided before, but the Planning Commission basically added a condition that the project must comply with all zoning code requirements pertaining to lighting. So we would make sure that that happens. Next slide. Conclusion and recommendation. The project is consistent with the medium intensity mixed-use general plan designation. The proposed project complies with all the zoning requirements, setback, parking, height, etc. Conditions of approval have been crafted throughout the process to make sure the project is compatible with the surrounding area. The applicant has made all the effort to the best extent to incorporate all the concerns raised by the neighbors. Adopt a resolution denying the appeal, affirming the Planning Commission conditional approval of a conditional use permit and design review to operate and establish a Dollar Tree retail store, including building renovation and site improvement located at 12300 San Pablo Avenue. That concludes my presentation.
Mayor, really quickly, thank you, Hector. Before we conclude, I just wanted to note that we slightly skipped over the issue 3 about the store hours being incompatible with the residential setting. And we should note that the applicant has agreed to reduce their hours of operation, and they're proposing to operate from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., which is consistent with businesses in the area. And we should also note that the general plan identifies San Pablo Avenue as a key corridor, which is a commercial street that provides local serving, retail, multifamily housing, and other community uses within walking distance of residential neighborhoods. So this project will help promote activity along the street and help to realize the general plan vision for the San Pablo Avenue corridor. So I just wanted to make sure we covered that item. Thank you.
I see Shasa Curl has a hand up. Shasa, did you want to say something?
I apologize. That was inadvertent, Mayor, but.
Okay. Are there questions from council members? I don't see any. I had one question on the lighting. Was there a condition in there limiting the degrees Kelvin of the temperature Kelvin of the lighting?
Yeah, 3000 K.
I'm sorry,
3,000.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the requirement.
Okay, so I don't see any questions from council members. I will open the public hearing, and we will provide 8 minutes for one person to make the appellant's statement. Who's going to step forward?
Mayor and members of the council, this is Jim Hansen, President of the Richmond Heights Neighborhood Council.
Okay, go ahead. You have 8 minutes.
Okay, I should put on a timer because I don't see one up. If you just give me a minute here. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about the conditional use permit for the proposed Dollar Tree at Barrett and San Pablo, in particular, the conditions of approval that neighbors have been raising over many months during the city's review process. The main thing I will be stressing is this site sits within a residential neighborhood, so that when an intense retail use proposes to locate here and bring in over 850 cars entering and exiting daily with delivery trucks, bright parking, and huge signs, etc., they need to act responsibly and mitigate for any impacts to the immediately adjacent homes. The conditional use permit does not yet address the legitimate concerns of neighbors in the surrounding neighborhood. Therefore, we are requesting the City Council to hear these issues and adopt conditions of approval that look out for our residents too. I'll be going through a PowerPoint presentation. I hope that will show up now, that attempts to illustrate each of the 7 points we raised in our letter, as well as draft conditions of approval. Staff, will that be put up, the PowerPoint that I sent in today?
Yes, KCRT should have it.
What's the name of the PowerPoint?
It was from Jim Hansen.
Clerk, I hope you stop the time clock. Is that right?
I stopped the time.
Yeah.
He has 7 minutes.
I do have a,
Jim, I have it. I can share it.
okay, great, thank you.
Okay, my apologies.
That's no problem. And so thank you, and I'll be asking you, thank you, to just move the slides as we go ahead. Okay, so this first introductory slide and then the second slide, please. The aerial photo from the planning department staff reports provide the needed context to understand the site. This is not about approving a CUP for intense retail use in a strip mall. As you can see, the property sits within an established neighborhood. There are homes along a parking lot fence, which will be in a high activity area with a 33-car parking lot, and et cetera. An intense retail use like this has never been okayed here before. Long-term neighbors report that the property was used as a car lot. For sale cars occupied the parking area. There were not a lot of parking vehicles going in and out. Next slide, please. Thank you. So these are the doable and legitimate requests we're asking the council to include in the conditional use permit. Assure neighbors have adequate noise protection, including a commercial sound absorbing wall for the neighbor immediately next to the loading dock. 8 p.m. closing hour. Delivery trucks leave by 9 p.m. Evaluate the parking lot lighting and support appropriate signage for San Pablo Avenue. And very importantly, address traffic safety issues that we'll be talking about a little bit further and control any significant added traffic to the surrounding neighborhoods. Next slide, please. This photo illustrates the loading and delivery dock is right next to a neighbor's home on McLaughlin. The home is there on the right. The dock is shown in the arrow in the fence there. Next slide, please. So what we're asking is that the CUP currently includes a fence, a hedge, and a blanket of some unknown sort to reduce potential noise. The city does have a municipal code to set decibel levels for commercial activities. We know from our neighbors who work in logistics that delivery docks are noisy. So what is currently in the CUP is unfortunately insufficient. We're asking you to please modify condition number 26 so that the immediate neighbor, as well as the folks in the apartment building across the street, will get some peace with professional commercial sound absorbing wall or other suitable noise attenuation material. And that's shown in the line in yellow. And I will pass on reading the rest of that and ask for the next slide, please. The closing hour needs to be respect the neighborhood. The busiest store times are 3 to 5 p.m. We know that from company officials and Google Analytics. Other Dollar Tree stores at 8 p.m. Again, this site is within a residential neighborhood and the times are shown in the little graph there. Next slide, please. Therefore, we're asking that number 20 be modified so that hours of operation shall be from 9 a.m. We originally asked for 7, but we will certainly concede to 8 p.m. Next slide, please. Currently, the CUP says that Will basically has no limit on how late delivery trucks will be offloading at night. Therefore, we're asking to modify condition number 19 so that they leave no later than 9 p.m. Thank you. Next slide, please. As far as evaluating parking lot light intensity, and thank you for raising that, Mayor Butt. What does this mean? Well, in terms of the brightness, we'd like to know too, there is a code on commercial lighting, but the total brightness or lumens have only been revealed in the applicant attorney's recent response letter. Therefore, this was not available for public or the Planning Commission review, and we ask that the staff report back on whether the brightness levels reported by the applicants and the corporation are acceptable. Next slide, please. In terms of appropriate signage, where you're seeing these signs that you'll be looking, driving north on San Pablo Avenue and how big they are, these are huge. So I'm going to talk about some options. Next slide, please. You'll see that existing signage along San Pablo Avenue, including for a Dollar Tree at Gilman, is 24 inches tall. The Kentucky Fried Chicken across the street has some class and taste, and they use a 24-inch sign also. Next slide, please. So what we're asking is to modify the signage slightly to include a 24-inch sign facing San Pablo Avenue, 30-inch tall lettered sign facing the parking lot. It's right now 7 feet tall. An unilluminated Dollar Tree logo and a green stripe at the top left corner facing Barrett Avenue. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you. Traffic concerns. This is an attempt to point out what's going on there. This is a situational matter. We're not talking about traffic volumes, which both the traffic reports reported on, which is useful information, but the safety issues. You'll see the yellow lines. Cars are trying to move left as large amounts of traffic are moving quickly. And if anybody's been there, you'll know that this is the case, trying to get over a lot to that on-ramp to 80. And they're also getting off at I-80 there. This is a chaotic place. Next slide, please. So we're asking for a traffic safety study, not just a traffic volume study, that looks at over 850 cars entering and exiting this location, attempting to drive north in San Pablo, and also to prevent traffic volume and safety impacts on the surrounding residential streets. These would be funded by Dollar Tree and implemented by Public Works Department. Next slide, please. Also to control significant added traffic on the surrounding streets. We think there needs to be a baseline traffic count, that a significant traffic increase requires a second traffic count at the request of 50% of the neighbors. If traffic increases over 25%, implements mitigation measures funded by Dollar Tree. Next slide, please. In sum, we request the following conditional additions or modifications to the conditional use permit. We think these are doable, important, and important for our surrounding neighbors and our interest in the successful development of the corridor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So is there a principal opponent that would like to speak at this point, at this time?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and city staff. My name is Ariel Harris, and I'm the Land Use Counsel for the applicants, Jennifer Yu and Kevin. We will keep ourselves to the 8 minutes provided, but we do have a few speakers to address the different topics if the council will allow it.
Well, the way our rules go is you have one person has 8 minutes, so you can take up to 8 minutes, but we can't use the 8 minutes with more than one person.
Okay, I will adapt, and we will have me provide the bulk of the presentation. I do quickly want to let the council know that we have our entire team present here to answer questions that are related to the 7 issues in the appeal, which are the items for this council's consideration this evening. So if there are additional questions for example, our traffic consultant, Mr. Spencer, for Dollar Tree, for the applicants, my clients, Jennifer and Kevin, I really hope that you'll take the opportunity to ask them those questions. So I will try to keep to the 8 minutes. May I have the timer on the screen? That would be so helpful if I could have that up.
Yeah, can you put that up, Madam Clerk?
Yes. You don't have a PowerPoint?
I do not.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. can't see it yet, but
Hold on. Coming.
there we go. Okay, thank you so much.
Well, you've already been, wait a minute, you've already been talking for 1 minute and 41 seconds. So
Feel free to remove my minute. I'll take 7 and less than 7. Okay. So as a threshold issue, I do want to clarify, as staff has clarified as well, and we appreciate it, that we're dealing with these 7 issues raised in the January 18th appeal. Our letters, we've submitted 2 since that time. One dated, I believe, let's see, February 9th, and one today, which was just a very short clarification on exhaustion requirements. I just want to make sure that the council has seen those and that staff has been able to review them as well. The additional conditions that are requested by the Richmond Heights Neighborhood Council in its most recent letter and its PowerPoint presentation are unnecessary, burdensome, and will overly constrain operations. They're particularly unreasonable given that the proposed project is the renovation and use of an existing commercial building on a commercially zoned parcel that is surrounded on 3 sides by existing commercial development and complies with all city zoning and general plan requirements as provided in the staff report, as well as the staff presentation. Over the past 9 months and 6 public meetings, today will mark the 7th, the applicants and Dollar Tree have incorporated dozens of design changes responsive specifically to comments from the Richmond Heights Neighborhood Council, as well as the Design Review Board and the Planning Commission, which have collectively, if you were to look at all of these improvements together, have added more than 6 figures to the cost of the project. Many of these changes were highlighted in Mr. Lopez's staff presentation. However, that is merely some of the more recent changes, as many changes were made early in the process back in August, even prior to us going to the first Design Review Board meeting. We've also conducted extensive outreach with the community, and this is really primarily by my clients, Kevin and Jennifer, who went door to door on McLaughlin Street, the street that is immediately behind the project, leaving letters for those who were unable to respond, letting them know that we were open and available to speak with them. We ended up making contact with 2 neighbors, the immediate neighbor who is next to the loading zone and who we have absolutely taken care to address her concerns, as well as other neighbors further down McLaughlin who expressed an interest in a higher fence, which we immediately said, sure, we'll increase the size of the fence from 6 feet to 8 feet. They said that would help with their existing security concerns based on existing crime in the neighborhood due to the lack of a use on this project site. The delays and costs to date, which include not just the project design changes, but also the significant costs that my clients have incurred for my fees, for a host of consultants who have been working on this really tirelessly for several months, our architect, lighting consultants, sign consultants, as well as the general contractor. And at this point, we have to be honest that these delays and costs have reached a tipping point where they are now endangering the feasibility of the project. My clients, the property owners, can't walk away. They are the owners. Dollar Tree can walk away. And that's the risk that is really the crux of tonight's appeal. I'm going to go quickly in my 3 minutes and just address the slides from Mr. Hansen. So we've reiterated this many times, as have staff, that this project site is not within a residential neighborhood. It is within a commercially zoned district. It's fronting on San Pablo, but we are absolutely aware that behind the project site on McLaughlin are residential homes. And so from the get-go, we have been very careful to design the project, adding significant new landscaping along McLaughlin, changing the rear egress so that it's more of a residential design, adding significant buffering to the loading zone, which I must add is an existing loading zone at the existing commercial building, which we will simply be using as part of the new use. Some of those changes for the loading zone are the culmination of months of work, again, with DRB and PC input, and they include an 8-foot tall fence, a row of hedge species, and The timing of the delivery is timed so that it is actually no earlier than 7 a.m. in the morning, and the trucks will arrive no later than 9 p.m. Now, the word arrival is key because that's actually the most noisy part of the delivery. It's the backing up beeping noise of a truck. That's really the primary noise because there's no mechanized equipment. This is all done by hand. So that's really the big noise that we're trying to deal with. It will be no later than 9 p.m. and no earlier than 7 a.m. And that we've taken a lot of care to adjust. Something that we added at the last minute, really just to provide some additional help for the neighbor, really primarily, was we have added an acoustic absorbent material to the fence, which has significant attenuation of noise and is used in this context, in this commercial context, routinely throughout the nation. We did this not because it's required, we did it because we care. We care about the community. My clients care about their neighbors, and Dollar Tree cares about the community that they're about to enter. These are future customers. So that was something we added. We provided the details, the specification sheets to city staff. They have that. And we feel that's, again, just another way in which we demonstrate that we are trying to do the best that we can do with this project site. In terms of the parking lot lighting, while we were not required to, this is something that is often done at the building permit stage. We provided the lumens in our most recent submittal in February, just so that was out in the open and everyone can see that it is absolutely compliant with the city's zoning provisions. In fact, we're significantly under the amount of lumens that are permitted on this type of property. As to signage, the signage has been thoroughly vetted through Dollar Tree. It's important. We had an entire traffic letter on signage from our consultant, Mark Spencer, in particular about the San Pablo signage size being really key for visibility. We'd like to keep it that way. If you have any questions for me or my team, we are more than happy to answer them. And I thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk, you can call the public speakers. I'm not sure how you do it, but you're supposed to alternate between proponents and opponents. So go ahead and call the public speakers. Each speaker will get 3 minutes.
The speakers are, we have currently 8 speakers: Susan Worley, Melissa Lee, Michelle Rappaport, Denise Hicks, Barbara Tanaka, Shelley Trask, Linda Moran, Heather Bristow, Roger Mills, Neil Harkins. Our first speaker is Susan Worley. Susan, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor Budd and City Council. I am Susan Worley. I live 2 blocks off San Pablo Avenue, just a bit north of where I-80 passes over San Pablo Avenue. I have serious concerns about the Dollar Tree store, and mostly for safety reasons. The parking lot entrance and exit is in the freeway on-ramp lane. I have had near accidents on San Pablo Avenue at this location because some drivers changed lanes at the very last moment to go onto the freeway. And many of my friends have had the same thing happen. If we have to take other streets to get home, even though it would add an extra mile to my travel, I would to stay safe, but not everyone can do that. I know there will be accidents if this parking lot traffic situation is allowed to go through as planned. If someone is killed because of this parking lot, who is responsible? Is it the Dollar Tree or is it the city of Richmond? A much less busy type of business in this location would make a lot more sense. I have read that Dollar Trees have a large cash economy clientele. This location would be great news for the robberies that follow these stores. Easy on and easy off the freeway. There's both an on-ramp there and coming off the freeway and one going on. So that's easy for them to do. My third concern is the large number of Family Dollar stores owned by Dollar Tree in other parts of the country that have had to close because of rats, contaminated food, and other contaminated items that had to be recalled. The Washington Post article I read posted about a week ago said, I think that 405 stores had to close. How many people got sick before over 400 stores owned by Dollar Tree had to close. Can we expect this health hazard in Richmond too? Let's find another less busy, less dangerous business for that busy location on San Pablo Avenue. The city should at the very least do a real independent traffic study. If you lived in our area, you would know how dangerous it is for the traffic situation. Thank you so much for your consideration. Good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Lee. Melissa, you may begin.
Hi, thank you. So I'm going to keep this brief as possible. I know it's late. So, I mean, kudos to the attorney just now. I mean, I've never, seen an attorney really care about the cost they're incurring for their clients. But the same attorney brings up the costs associated with these delays. I mean, the owners bought the land as an investment and their expected cost tied to any investment. However, that should not sway the city to rush any changes or decisions because things need to be done accurately and carefully. Clearly, they had enough money making an investment in the neighborhood they don't live in every day, but my neighbors and I do. And we should not have to jeopardize their safety or well-being to make up for their supposedly lost profits. And many have asked, in some cases accused us, why is it that neighbors have voiced opposition? Don't we want to help fulfill a key component to the general plan and bring in profits to the city? I think that's fundamentally misunderstanding the intent and feelings of the neighborhood. It's precisely because we care so strongly about our neighbors and the city's long-term well-being. And similarly, we're making these asks, as Jim shared in his presentation, particularly because these affect our day-to-day lives here, and we want to make sure that we maintain the nice environment for years to come. Even in your budget report, the city gained $1.1 million from transfer taxes through large property sales. I don't know if those apply to homes, but we have a couple homes, even just on Barrett, that have sold over $1 million, a couple blocks away from the proposed Dollar Tree just in the last month. And that means more taxes, more contributions to the city. And I think we could all benefit from preserving this current environment and help maintain the value and beauty of this neighborhood rather than sabotaging it by making quick approvals. So setting aside the importance of attracting businesses that add financial and social value, that are ethical and that support the community and the neighbors it shares a space with, this will not provide any immediate benefits to the neighborhood and sends a wrong message about what Richmond stands for and will have, I think, a negative impact on the city's values for decades to come. So whether or not this Dollar Tree is permitted for this location, I strongly urge city members, city council members and mayor to keep this in mind for future decisions, because these do have long-lasting impacts on the people and city of Richmond. Thank you so much. That is the end of my time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Rappaport. Michelle, you may begin.
Hi, this is Michelle Rappaport. I want to talk about the conditions that have been requested by the Richmond Neighborhood Council. The traffic safety study is minimal, and it was just rubber stamped by the city traffic folks. I'm sorry that that it wasn't taken more into consideration. The concerns about traffic and accidents that have happened at the site in the past and what the history has been have never been brought up. I think that's an issue. The security recommendations that were made by the police department were not accepted by Dollar Tree. They were just going to talk to them again. So I don't think they have taken into consideration what's happening in terms of the security and the issues that the police do know about here. So I think that that's a concern. Moving from a 30-inch sign to a 24-inch sign, you can absolutely do that. It is not a design disaster. It's done in other places. We've seen the 24-inch signs. Those my husband was a graphic designer. He worked on signage and all kinds of things in other on airplanes, on banks. If someone needed a 24-inch sign, they'd get one. So the idea about that being a problem, it doesn't seem to hurt KFC, and it doesn't hurt the Dollar Tree on Gilman Avenue either. Not resisting that change, going from 30 to 28, was really kind of like not a significant change. So I can't say that even though they did make changes, they weren't significant changes. And I think that that we've already said that that there's a traffic issue. We said that we need more traffic study. The other issue for me is that the unloading after 9 o'clock is my understanding from people who know about these things, that it's not that somebody hands somebody else a box, but that they actually hand the boxes and it rolls out onto a type of conveyor, and that it is noisy. I think we need to know whether it's noisy or not, and that the trees should arrive and leave at a certain time. So if they had arrived by 9, when are they going to leave? Is the truck driver going to go have dinner and then come back and, then have a break and then unload the truck at 11 o'clock? I mean, I happen to be 70 years old and I still work full time. That would be disastrous for me to hear the loading and unloading of trucks at 11 o'clock. So I don't care when the trucks arrive. When are they going to go? When is it going to be quiet again? And that would be important for me to know. And then also the absorbent material that's on the
Thank you. Your
fence.
time has expired. Our next speaker is Dennis Hicks. Dennis, you may begin.
There we go. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dennis Hicks. I'm a longtime resident of Richmond and of the neighborhood around the proposed property that we're talking about here. I believe we're just limited to what we can speak about on the conditional use permit. And I've got some concerns about the trucks maneuvering that parking lot during operating hours. I find it hard to imagine that with one driveway there, you got customers parking their cars, walking in the parking lot, in and out of the store, and at the same time having delivery trucks go in and out and backing up. I see that as a recipe for disaster. And I don't see anywhere that's been addressed, that these delivery trucks would not be coming in during operating hours. But I asked that be included in the conditional use permit, that these trucks are prohibited during that time. Another concern I've got is the northern lot that separates the parking lot as it's proposed now on the Chinese restaurant. That's been left abandoned and unattended since the last dealership closed up, and it's been unsightly, unkept. It's collecting garbage, palm leaves, and whatever else, bent light poles, and I see nowhere that property is being addressed. And I feel with a city that has pride and purpose as its motto, we should mandate that something be done with that. It's an eyesore. And if something's going to be done on that property on the corner, it should be included also, just to make that highly visible area more desirable. I believe we could get a better customer in there than Dollar Tree. And I would urge the council to consider that before you make your final decision. But we are where we're at right now. And I think we need to put some safety conditions when trucks coming in and out of that parking lot during operating hours. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barbara Tanaka. Barbara, you may begin.
Barbara Tanaka. Like Dennis, I've lived in the neighborhood about 35 years. My property is 2 blocks west and 2 blocks south of the subject property. I acknowledge that the applicants have done a lot of listening to the neighborhood and have done some accommodations, but we're still not satisfied with the conditions of approval. So first of all, on traffic safety, I want to point out that both the applicant's attorney and staff misquoted the neighborhood council's number. We said that there was 800 vehicles leaving the parking lot, not new trips. But we are very concerned with the traffic safety in this area. It's a very congested area. Even the Planning Commission acknowledged that it was a difficult area. So we are concerned about safety and request that there additional consideration be given. On hours of operation, my concern is that the extended holiday hours does not have a time limit on it. And this was passed over during the Planning Commission's meeting, and I've written about it every single opportunity I've had. So I'm proposing that there be limits on those extended holiday hours. In terms of the deliveries and noise, I think that what the neighborhood council is recommending, which is to incorporate the noise ordinance with a baseline and, if needed, continual monitoring, is very reasonable to address the neighborhood concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shelley Trask. Shelley, you may begin.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My thoughts are not as prepared or articulate as everyone who has gone before me. So I would like to say that first, I agree with every single speaker who has spoken ahead of me on all of the points they've made, especially Jim. He has spoken for all of us. I would like to say that the neighbors in the adjacent properties are in close communication with each other through a mailing list. And I can confirm that we have not been in conversation with the owners of the proposed lot. The adjacent neighbors were very concerned about the proposed Dollar Tree project. In fact, one of our neighbors recently spoke with a worker who works at YC Auto Group, which is formerly the Barochi lot across the street from the Dollar Tree site. And the worker themselves said that they are concerned about a Dollar Tree being added to the area. They shared the concerns over traffic, crime. They were surprised that there would be no security guard. We asked many times about security, and we were blown off, with that request. They told our neighbor that they were never informed about a Dollar Tree coming to this intersection. And then they mentioned that Barochi has been very interested in buying that lot for many years, but that the owners would not sell the parcel to them. And had YC known that the parcel was available, they would have an interest in leasing it. So I think every neighbor I know and have spoken to, and that's a lot of neighbors, we know everyone on McLaughlin, everyone on Key, all the way up to the DIM mailing list. We agree that a car lot would have been much more reasonable use case for this difficult to access lot. We also share the understanding that this traffic pattern is incredibly unsafe as it stands, and we can't imagine that it's going to become more stable. It would be a lot less impact to traffic if there were a different type of business. So to be clear, nobody wants nothing in that lot, but we want the appropriate use in that lot. I am still concerned about the operating hours. I am still concerned that they are way too late for the delivery and the unloading of direct neighbors. We ourselves on Key Boulevard can hear loud noises coming even from the freeway and adjacent sounds on San Pablo. So I can even imagine a world in which we're hearing people unloading at the Dollar Tree, even though we're on Key, which is just a block away. There is a lot to be improved with this. If we have to have a Dollar Tree, let's at least compromise with the surrounding neighbors who have a vested interest. We own our property. We worked really hard to get it. And I think we deserve a fair chance at being heard. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Heather Bristow. Heather, you may begin.
Hi there. Those of us that live here, I just want to clarify, we call it McLaughlin Street, not McLaughlin. So those of us that live here, I think, are quite relieved to hear that this may be reaching a tipping point. The fact that this has been expensive to the owners, it's almost like the position that is being put forth here is that the people who live here are the problem. And I would invite the owners to start taking a look at who lives around them and what do those people want. This expense sounds like a Mr. and Mrs. Lee and a Dollar Tree problem, and we can't subsidize that problem, okay? Tonight, earlier in the meeting, we were talking about, that there are over 100 vacancies in the city of Richmond for positions. And, we need to kind of take that same lens that we're looking at that problem and put it here and say, how are we evaluating this decision? Is it just that we need to get any business in this location and we don't care what it is? Do we care about the people that work here and live here and pay taxes to live here and what they think of what's happening? What we need is the council to really recognize what's being asked here and acknowledge the overwhelming and kind of ad nauseum opposition that we've all had to take on for so many months. And we've voted the council members, who we all have great respect for here, into their positions, and hope that will be finally heard tonight. And I just want to say that the people here who live here are really clearly motivated to see businesses like Mi Casa, El Tucan, The Factory, Catahoula Coffee. And there's a clarifying point here that we're not against big box stores. There's resounding support for Grocery Outlet, for Target and the like, but we don't think a dollar store fits here in this location. Last point is that we really have to get clear on lumens, which is brightness, and kelvins, which only measures warm and cool colors of the light. There's still no information about lumens, and there's codes on that. Closing hour at 8 p.m. needs to happen because they're going to stay open for another hour, closing down the store.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Roger Mills. Roger, you may begin.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful. My name is Roger Mills, and I've been a commercial real estate broker now for over 33 years. I work with the owners of this property in helping them lease the building. And we started that process in March of 2017. We're coming up on the 5-year anniversary of this building being vacant. I think it's safe to say in its current condition, it's been a blight to the neighborhood. We've had problems with homeless people, all of which the property owners have addressed in a responsible way, but still those problems have occurred. So I think it's time to get a good tenant in there and hopefully move past this process. As a real estate broker who was involved in the marketing of this property, I am thoroughly familiar with the history of this. And believe me, I and the owners tried our best to get the best tenants we could find. One of the biggest problems here is that the zoning, as in almost all commercial applications, it limits the types of uses that you can put in this type of location. We had many people who wanted to do car lots. We had a car rental company who wanted to be here, but they were discouraged by the planning department because it was not allowed under the zoning rules. So that's something that needs to be paid attention to. This is a retail use. And it may not be as upscale as some of the neighbors would like, and we understand that and we respect that, but we really tried to get somebody in there who might be more agreeable to the neighbors. Somebody like a Trader Joe's or somebody who might be affiliated with Whole Foods, but it just wasn't possible in this neighborhood. The demographics in the area, the type of commercial area this was the type of tenant who chose this particular building and this particular project. So while we would all like to have, the highest, most upscale tenant possible, there really aren't many out there. And as I said, we've been working on this now for 5 years. The money spent on this is not inconsequential. Just the lost rent alone for the landlords has been, I estimate, in excess of $1.2 million. And that's just on the lost rent over the last 5 years. That doesn't include improvements where they're paying professionals. So I hope that we can move past this at this point. It would be good to see this project approved. No matter how you look at it, it would be better to have a reputable tenant with good security measures who does business in a reputable way in this building than having it vacant. So I hope that'll be taken into consideration as you make this final decision. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Neil Harkins. Neil, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So hello, I'm Neil Harkins, a taxpayer in Richmond for over 20 years. Thank you, council members, for considering this appeal. Many of us in the Richmond Heights have been following this issue very closely. We've been following it all along. There's been much investigative journalism done about Dollar Tree stores, Dollar General. They're all owned by the same parent company. And this company has a track record of saying literally whatever it takes to get the store in their location and then doing the absolute minimum to upkeep it, even down to very minimal staff for the amount of square footage. Most stores, and this is actually a factor that is attractive to criminals. Richmond needs jobs. This store does not create any jobs proportional to its square footage. And we've been working with them, trying to do the best we could about this to address the neighbors' concerns in the area. But also, what recourse do we have after the permit is granted to make sure that these things are kept with, or if they just start to become lax and the store quality really goes downhill? I don't, this lot is vacant argument gets paraded out often. The owners do not live in this neighborhood. They are not aligned with the values of this community. They could have done a lot more than one afternoon walking around and maybe ringing 2 doorbells. This is not NIMBYism. I don't think anyone in Richmond deserves to have this business right up against their house, on which they pay taxes, which funds Richmond Police Department, which will be overtaxed, or rather overburdened by this store being present here. So we're trying to make the best of it. We've made some more requests that are in line with recommendations, from police officers to try to address these concerns and the noise. So I don't know what more we can say about it, but I guess I'll give you a minute back.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mary Lou Hurley. Mary Lou, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Good evening, Mayor Butt, members of the City Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm really grateful for those of you who are listening carefully to the neighbors most impacted by this project. My name is Mary Lou Hurley, and myself and my husband have lived on 411 Key Boulevard for the last 27 years, and we are within about a block of the proposed site. We have shared on the record multiple times that we do not support this project. Some of the records have not reflected that. We have, in our neighborhood, been very careful to review the records that we have received back, and not all of the comments that we've shared, particularly the negative ones, have been reflected. So I want that to be on the record. We wholeheartedly agree with the points made in the appeal, and really appreciate the time and the effort put in by the RHNC to carefully document the most egregious challenges to the proposed project. In particular, I'd like to call your attention to item number 3, relating to condition number 20 from the CUP about the store closing hours compatible with residential setting. We would like to support the earliest possible closing time, and would like to call your attention to the fact that 4 Dollar Tree stores within a 25-mile radius of this area do close at 8 p.m. There's one in Martinez. There's one in San Pablo. There are two in Daly City. So clearly those communities have made arguments for closing at 8 p.m. and we would like to do that as well, if not earlier. Data suggests that later hours increase opportunities for crime. So 8 p.m. or early closing would be fantastic. We'd like you to consider that. And related to operating hours, somebody else mentioned, there's a quote that says the store hours shall be between 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. with seasonal adjustments allowed for the holidays. Another speaker said that we really need that defined. That seems like a big can of worms, and we really need to know what is meant by holidays. Is that Christmas? Is it Easter? Is it Arbor Day? And what is meant by that? And what are the days? I'd like to see that all very carefully defined. I think those were the main.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The next speaker is Lori Paulson. Lori, you may begin.
Thank you. So first, thanks to all of you. I know it's been a long meeting. It's been many meetings. I'm appreciative of the owners, the attorney who spoke for the owners. A lot of work has gone into this. I have four main concerns. I live 7/10 of a mile from this location, so I'm not, excuse me, I'm not immediately affected personally, but I have a lot of concern about the quality of life for those residents immediately adjacent to the property. My neighbor put in a motion sensor light, as a result of which our bedrooms are illuminated during the night when anyone comes home. And it's amazing what effect that has. So I'm very aware of the effects on neighbors, unexpected consequences. I appreciate the traffic report, but I have to say that the idea of a car, one more car every two and a half to 4 minutes on a residential street, not being a concern, that seems comical to me. So I don't mean to disparage it, but I think that points to a slight lack of, I don't know, slightly out of touch with reality there. I have to conclude after hearing all these comments that perhaps retail is not the best zoning for this location. It is really encircled by issues. It is encircled by this chaotic traffic pattern on Yuba and Barrett, Barrett and San Pablo. Any of us who live around here know that it's a little nerve-wracking going through that intersection. You got to pay attention. And then the neighbors are on a residential street. I'm concerned about these other Dollar Tree closures and the health issues involved. I find that very questionable, and the numbers do not look good. The 8 p.m. closing time means that delivery truck could arrive at 8 and possibly be done by 9. I'm not sure about that, but I think an earlier closing time would be humane. And the other word that came up for me, and one other person said it, is what's the recourse? You all know this better than I. You've done this before. What happens after this gets approved? They move in, and there are these issues that people are afraid of. What is the recourse? How does the city have recourse? Should these traffic issues be real? Should the Dollar Tree's health issues prove real, etc.? So I appreciate your time. Sorry to repeat things, but hey, we're all trying to get it right here. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nick Despoda. Nick, you may begin.
My name is Nick Despoda. I know several of you. I live about 3 blocks from the proposed Dollar Tree store. I believe the conditional use permit undervalues the fact that this is a neighborhood, and it does it in 2 ways. First, imagine you live in one of those homes on McLaughlin. As early as 7 a.m. and as late as 9 p.m. under the current CUP conditions, you may have your morning sleep or your evening movies interrupted by the clang and the bang of loading and unloading trucks. You wouldn't like it, and the people living on that street won't like it either. Two changes to the CUP can mitigate those infringements on quality of life. First, requiring that the trucks not arrive earlier than 7 and not leave later than 7. Does that sound unreasonable to you? And second, require that a robust sound insulating wall be erected on the property line, not a wooden fence faced with unspecified sound absorbing material. The second issue goes to the pride of the Richmond Pride and Purpose motto. The Barrett-San Pablo Avenue intersection is the major gateway to our neighborhood, but the proposed signage for the Dollar Tree store is more suited to a strip mall, as others have said. In fact, the signage is larger than we see in most strip malls and on the surrounding buildings. Our neighborhood council is asking for a modest reduction, 24-inch letters on the sign facing San Pablo Avenue, 30-inch letters facing the parking lot, and an unilluminated Dollar Tree logo on the southwest corner of the building that's facing Barrett. Council members, we elected you to represent our interests. There they are. We ask that you direct the staff to revise the CUP. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Melissa. Melissa, you may begin.
There you go. Hello. So I just want to speak because I'm one of the neighbors that's directly adjacent to the parking lot. And so I want to speak to modifying condition number 20, the store closing at 8 p.m. instead of 9. I just think with the store being so close to a residential street such as ours, and the history of Dollar Tree's reputation for crime, and they're really clear that they're not going to have any security at all, no security guards or cameras or anything like that to ensure that there's going to be safety with the poor reputation that Dollar Trees have with crime. That I wish for that to happen since basically the Dollar Tree is in my backyard. Another condition that I would like to modify is condition number 19, the trucks. Because as everyone had mentioned, like we're going to be directly affected by the noise that this is going to create, as well as how late it is or how early it is. Like it's basically going to be disruptive to just my livelihood and having to live here. Because I think all the things that have already been said, like this is not, even though the building's a commercial use building, it's still within a residential. So I think that should be taken into account, the fact that the people have to live here with our houses that piggyback up to the parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Linda Moran. Linda, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you for staying late, everybody. Mayor Butt and council members, thank you so much for your time, for the neighborhood. And thanks to the owners also for being online here with us. I frequent the local businesses in my neighborhood. I was around when Williams had to change their sign, which was non-illuminated, from a 30-inch sign to a 24-inch sign. They're directly kitty corner from this location. And I would like the same treatment on signage to be adjusted on this conditional use permit. I also have had traffic near misses right at those intersections on Barrett and San Pablo, and on San Pablo and the intersection of the entrance and the street that really comes right off of that entrance into my neighborhood. That is a recipe. I don't appreciate the rebuttal letter from the attorney who clearly misstated the requirements of that intersection. And I don't also appreciate the lack of understanding or to just say that this has been costly and addressed. It means with this many neighbors coming to you, we're so concerned that it has not been addressed. And that is the reason why we are here. I would love to frequent a retail establishment in this neighborhood, in that particular corner. I would welcome a neighbor who is neighborhood friendly and contributes to the tax base for the community of Richmond and hires local people, et cetera. But this is not that. This is a net loss business for the neighbors for taxes. But safety issues is a major major item that I'm concerned about. The store closure at 8 p.m. I don't know why we fought for a 7 p.m. closure on the Planet Fitness location, and they're doing fine with that. I don't know why we didn't stick with 7 p.m. closure. 8 p.m. is plenty, and I think it matches what the other stores in the neighborhood are doing. So fine if it's 8 p.m. but no later than 8 p.m. And that's, I think, a give me for the owners to be able to do that and the signage. So I'm sure hoping that we don't have any trucks on the modified use condition number 19. And I really am concerned that we do need to have this property open and used by the neighbors. But believe me, I will not be going to this store if it is in here. And I don't believe any of my neighbors will, because they are, by these actions, Dollar Tree, maybe not the owners particularly.
Thank you. Your time has expired. And that was our last public speaker.
So now the what do they call it here? The appellant now has 2 minutes for rebuttal, and then the opponent. So I guess the appellant was Jim Hansen. So if he wants to come back, we'll give him another 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think what you're hearing is that we have been bringing these issues up since the very beginning, since the Design Review Board through the Planning Commission, and we'd hope to resolve these earlier. We think these are reasonable changes to the conditions of approval, the closing hour, the leaving by a certain hour. I think we're actually trying to find a way. And the fact that we're still at this is discouraging to us too. So I don't know what else I can really add. I don't want to take any more time, but I think what we're asking for is very reasonable, and we appreciate your support on this. Thank you.
Okay, would the opponent like to take up to 2 minutes?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Butt. And can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to do my best to respond. I want to say at the get-go, there were a series of misstatements, factual misstatements during the public comments. Many of the public comments go outside of the bounds of the appeal issues that are for this council's consideration tonight. So many of them I don't have time to respond to, and I just ask that this council keep in mind those 7 issues that are in the appeal from January. Traffic, very quickly, traffic safety as well as volume, they were both studied. And as to traffic safety, it was addressed in terms of sight distance, circulation patterns, driveway analysis, and the actual projected traffic increase. I'll note that the appellant, Mr. Hansen, actually contradicted himself in his presentation, where he said in one instance that there's obviously not a lot of traffic, as confirmed by 2 traffic consultants, but then changed his position when talking about traffic later in his presentation about the cut-through traffic. The cut-through traffic is minimal because the overall traffic is minimal. And as to the public commenters' statements about the traffic consultants being out of touch, they are clearly not out of touch. This is their professional opinion. They both have decades of experience between the 2 of them, and these issues have simply been addressed. There are existing traffic concerns. That is undeniable. That is not related to the project. The city addresses existing traffic concerns by conducting local traffic studies and making recommendations if warranted. The traffic from this project simply does not rise to the level of requiring additional traffic safety analysis or traffic calming measures. As to Dollar Tree, a significant number of misstatements made. One, very quickly, there actually are security cameras as part of the project. We've made that statement at multiple public hearings. So there are in the parking lot, there are going to be cameras. I also want to say that Mr. Kipnis is on the line. He has done much of the permitting across the nation and can answer any additional questions about Dollar Tree. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will now close the public hearing, and I'll take any questions from council members. We'll do questions first, and then we'll have discussion and a vote. So are there any council members have questions for either for staff or for the applicant? I don't. Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I drive that part of the city quite often, and there is backup. I mean, if you're trying to get off of Barrett onto San Pablo onto the freeway, it takes forever. And I've had issues with aggressive drivers changing lanes. So what I'm hearing you say is that whatever traffic you bring doesn't exasperate that situation. Is that true? I mean, is that what you're telling me?
Sam, can I ask for you to respond to Vice Mayor's question?
Yeah, it's basically the level of traffic that the project generates. It generates less than 100 trips during the peak congestion periods. And that's below the threshold that the city and the county use to do further evaluation on traffic impacts. So it's basically, it's the level of traffic that the project would add to that segment of San Pablo. It's within the daily fluctuation that you would see in traffic volumes. I mean, day to day, traffic goes up and down by 5 to 10%, and this is below that threshold.
Okay, this sounds like Chevron telling me that their flaring is okay because it's below the minimum. Okay, so
well, Vice Mayor Martinez, if I could clarify, so 100 peak hour trips is usually what would trigger an additional traffic analysis. What the traffic analysis has found that the project will generate 27. So it's significantly lower than what is the trigger point for the traffic analysis.
okay, and so the traffic as it traffic wanting to return south, how do they end up going south?
So yeah, so they have to go through basically they have to make 3 rights through the neighborhood to go south. So they would have to turn. So they have to turn right on Roosevelt, and then McLaughlin, and then Barrett.
Okay, so you're increasing traffic in a neighborhood, and it's not of any concern.
Again, that's a fairly low number. It's between 15 to 25 cars per hour. That we are estimating that would do that.
Okay, so that's like flaring again. So I realize that cities change, we evolve, but there's always an issue of making sure that the evolution is planned and thought out for the future, and I don't really see traffic getting any less in that area. In fact, I see it expanding, becoming more congested. So let's say we just add 27 cars. Whose responsibility is it when 27 come from somewhere else and 27 come from somewhere else? I mean, how do we regulate that?
All right. Well, I mean, I think we do identify the store as neighborhood serving. So the majority of residents are expected to come from the nearby neighborhoods. So it's not a regional size draw store, but certainly we won't be able to control somebody from San Pablo or El Cerrito from, or someone driving through the 80 to stop and
go to the business.
Okay, well, I'll just say one last thing. From the scenario that you're giving me, we see more people, we see more foot traffic, more bicycle traffic, which would actually complicate the traffic safety. Anyway, that's something that concerns me, especially since WoodTac is trying to come up with ways to lessen the traffic and to increase pedestrian and increase bicycle usage along San Pablo. Thank you.
And we think a neighborhood retail store will assist in that regard, and that folks can walk to a local store adjacent to their neighborhood versus having to drive further down the corridor.
Are you done, Vice Mayor? Okay. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I just have one question, and it's about if there has been an analysis of how a chain like this will impact small businesses that had already been in nearby. For instance, there is a new gift store on McDonald's that is owned by local and small business owners. So I just want to make sure it has been a discussion and analysis of how these can impact small businesses that had been on San Pablo and the new ones that I just mentioned.
No such study is required as part of our zoning ordinance. So one, I'm not aware of one being conducted.
Okay, any other council members with questions? I have one question for the applicant. A couple of people raised this issue of seasonal adjustments for holidays. That does seem a little vague. Is there some way we could tie that down?
If I may, Mayor, I think Scott Kipnis, who is on the line, could speak most accurately to that. So Scott, can you chime in as to the seasonal hours adjustments?
We can leave it at 9 p.m.
Say again?
We can leave it just at 9 p.m.
Just leave it at 9 p.m. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't see any more questions from council members. I guess it's time to for somebody to propose a motion, unless you want to discuss this more. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I would like to direct staff to return with conditions consistent with the intent and specific of what the neighborhood council requests to, which is address traffic safety issues by requiring a traffic safety study and implementation of safety mitigations prior to store opening, effectively control added traffic into surrounding neighborhood streets, modify condition number 20 so that the store is closing at 8 p.m. throughout the year, as it seems that in other parts nearby they are doing it. Modify condition 19 so that the delivery trucks leave by 9 p.m. Assure that the neighbor had noise protection, including by adding a commercial sound absorbing wall at the loading dock that meets the zoning code noise limits. Modify the signage to a 24 tall sign facing San Pablo Avenue, and review the brightness levels and conditions regarding lighting, so that adjacent neighbors are not impacted by bright night lighting from the store parking lot and signs. And I think these are not crazy conditions that the community is asking. I think these are just conditions that can be added as is noticed in the presentation that other stores have been done.
I'll second it. I agree. They're very reasonable. I think the neighbors know best about the problems with traffic, and I don't think the requests are at all going to be a burden on the business. And I think the neighborhood council has stated quite clearly that they are not, they are willing to have this business in their neighborhood, but they want to make sure they're protected. And I think it's not an unreasonable set of conditions that they're asking. And so I hope we approve this.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member McLaughlin, because it's the idea, what I understand is that we are not opposing the store. We are just making sure that everybody feels that is working out. So being a good neighbor means that works out for everybody. Thank you.
So City Attorney, help me with this a minute. I think we're either, or maybe Lena, I think we're either denying the appeal, but applying new conditions, or we are approving the project by adding these additional conditions. Which is it?
Well, I think you're approving the project and denying the appeal, and with the modified conditions.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's any further...
you do need to be clear as to what your the conditional changes are.
Yeah,
I already said.
Are you clear on that, City Clerk?
I heard a bunch of conditions. So I believe they're written down somewhere.
Yeah, and I can send it to you.
Listen to this motion.
We need to get the motion maker and the city clerk together so we understand what's in there. So you want to go through them again one at a time clearly?
Yes. So the first one is address traffic safety issues by requiring a traffic safety study and implementation of safety mitigations prior to the store opening. Effectively control added traffic into surrounding neighborhood streets. Modify condition number 20 so that the store closing is 8 p.m. throughout the year. Modify condition 19 so that the delivery trucks leave by 9 p.m. Assure that that neighbors had noise protection, including by adding a commercial sound absorbing wall at the loading dock that meets the zoning code noise limits. Modify the signage to a 24 tall sign facing San Pablo Avenue, a 30-inch tall letter sign facing the parking lot, and an illuminated Dollar Tree logo and green strips at the top left corner facing Barrett Avenue. And the last one is review the brightness levels and conditions regarding lighting so that adjacent neighbors are not impacted by bright night lighting from the store's parking lot and signs.
So are these written down somewhere?
Yes, I have them, so I can email to you.
And what so that you want an additional traffic study done? And if it is it going to be is it a redo by a consultant that we have that's already looked at it but he looks at it again?
You're muted.
I'm sorry. I think like what I believe the neighborhood council is asking is not the volume traffic, and maybe Jim Hanson, who is here, can help me with that to clarify what is the difference between these two.
No, we're not going to have the public.
Yeah, the public's not coming back. Lena, do you
Okay, well,
can I just
what I am saying is address traffic safety issues and is requiring a traffic safety study. A traffic volume study, or which is different.
So Lena, do you have an idea about what this traffic study would be and who would do it? And it's a traffic safety study as opposed to a traffic study that was, did the traffic study that was done previously not address safety issues?
David did address safety issues. I mean, certainly we could look further into the issues of merging, which appeared to be raised by the neighborhood council about how, and so maybe it's a restriping plan. So we could, I think that sounds kind of what they're looking at. And then I think it was mentioned about effectively controlling traffic. So there was some signage, but we could look at the signage about the right turns onto Roosevelt.
So Claudia, are you okay with, because what we want to do is end up with a done deal at this point. So is this something, would you be comfortable with this additional traffic study being done to deal with the merging and safety issues and such measures as directed by the director could be added as conditions?
Yeah, and I think I will add it that there are some adjacent streets that we need to look at it, how the implementation of safety mitigations are being done prior to the store opening.
Okay, but what I'm trying to go for is something that's not too vague, that nobody exactly knows what it is. I think basically we can word this so that we will look at these, the traffic merging and safety issues and such, and the engineer will make recommendations that would be implemented based upon the opinion of the director, so that we know who's going to make a decision on this. So are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
That's good.
As the
Okay, so
as the seconder, I think you started out, Councilmember Jimenez, as saying direct staff to come back with these conditions. Maybe I misheard, but do you want that? I mean, I think what I'm hearing from the city attorney is that we want staff to understand clearly these conditions that we're putting forward and the neighborhood council put forward, but that they can be addressed by staff. Or do you, or is your motion to have it come back to the council?
I think is that if these conditions are addressed properly, that could be like we won't need to come back, but I think like it's a conversation also with the neighborhood council and the neighbors to make sure that they feel like is addressed properly. If not, we will have to come back.
Well, you can't have it both ways. You've either got to bring it back, or you got to give staff permission to execute it.
I think most of your conditions are, it's clear exactly what condition and what change you want, and I think we can fix all that. The thing about the traffic study, we don't know exactly what the traffic study is going to say, but if you're willing to allow the the director to then make, after the study comes back, the director can then add what's necessary to the conditions, then that's clear and can be implemented. But if the whole thing has to come back to the council, or to the planning commission, that may leave the applicant kind of still up in the air what the end result's going to be.
I'm not sure you can actually do that. I mean, you can either continue this or you can act on it one way or another. You can't require it to come back to the city council. City attorney, don't you agree?
I think it's we're trying to get a decision. You could delay this whole thing, do a traffic study, have the study concluded, and then bring the whole thing back. But involves a lot of delay, but I think if most of these conditions, we have it clear on this particular one. I think you can ask a study to be done to relook at safety issues and then have the director implement additional appropriate safety measures. And you
Yeah,
can.
I think I will add that then it can be also not only the decision is made by the staff, but is in collaboration with the neighborhood council and the.
Well, you can ask the director to go talk with the neighborhood council, but
and receive input from them before any decision.
But we can't. It doesn't have to be. At the end of the day, it has to be the city that's implementing it. You can't put the neighborhood council in charge of making the decision.
No, but that is implement like that is going the taking into consideration like the recommendation of this of the neighborhood council.
But again, at the end of the day, we can't give our police power to somebody else. The director can certainly have the study done, look at it, and can talk to the council. But at the end, the decision has to be made by the city. So it would be.
Yeah, no, we are not saying that the decision is made by the city council, but the recommendations after that the recommendations that the neighborhood council has after the study is presented to them is taken into consideration for making that decision.
Yeah, okay. She can go talk to them and listen to what they have to say, and then has the final direction over what will take place.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that is again, we are hearing the neighborhood and that the voice of them are considered. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin, I think you were the seconder. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay. Okay, let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, that brings us now to item R1, I believe, right?
Item Q4.
Oh, Q4. Oh, hey, okay, you're right. Okay, go ahead and read item Q4.
Item Q4 is to hold a public hearing and adopt an interim ordinance establishing a 10-month and 15-day extension of urgency ordinance number 101-22, imposing a temporary moratorium on issuance of building permits requiring new sewer connections to the Keller Beach sanitary sewer and declaring an urgency thereof.
Okay, we have a staff report.
Evening, again, and council members, Joe Leach, Public Works Director, KCRT, if you could bring up the slide deck, that would be great. We'll go to the next slide. Past action that the council's taken on this particular item, we did make a mayor initiated a presentation back in September. We brought this issue to the attention of the council and the public because there were some discussion about a moratorium because of the condition of the Keller Beach sewer line. And then on January 18th, we did bring the assessment report that documented the condition of that, as well as had a public hearing that initiated the 45-day temporary moratorium on new sewer connections. And that temporary moratorium expires on the 4th of this month in a couple days. We've also executed work authorization for repairs on a number of laterals for some of the residences that are on the beach line itself. And we've also established a website that you can see there with the City of Richmond 4219 Keller Beach that has both the assessment report, the temporary urgency ordinance, and some other documentation. Next slide, please. So this is part of the both the ordinance and the packet that reflects the area that's tributary to the Keller Beach line. The Keller Beach line, as it's described, is actually in the water line to the south of Point Richmond. It does ultimately connect into the Keller Beach pump station that is near the Dornan Drive tunnel. With that, next slide. So what we're seeking tonight is an interim ordinance establishing a 10-month, 15-day extension, which would bring us to January 19th, 2023, of the urgency ordinance number 01-22, which is imposing a moratorium on building permits requiring new sewer connections that are tributary to the Keller Beach line. It does require four-fifths approval, so that would be 6 votes that would have to approve this particular ordinance. Another additional next step, excuse me, include engaging one of the consultants who was involved in the assessment study, which is Coastland Engineering, for them to develop alternatives and feasibility study, including permitting and funding implications and options. And as you can imagine, this will include extensive community engagement and council updates. Next slide, please. Oh, that's the end of the presentation. With that, I will field any questions you might have.
Other
So
questions?
can I add one thing?
Go ahead.
So the moratoriums under state law, your initial period is for 45 days. At the end of the 45 days, you do a report on what you did during the 45 days, and then you can extend it for 10.5 months. This is the extension for 10.5 months. If you can't get everything done in the 10.5 months, there's also the option for a 1-year extension after the 10.5 months. One thing that since we had a little more time to put this ordinance together, we created a little bit more public process for people that had applications pending and were in process. And so that process involves if somebody had an application in when all this started, they can come forward and apply for an extension. And there's criteria now in this ordinance that after a noticed hearing, they can justify what the cost is of their being stopped in their project and what the impact would be on our system if they were added. There's also a process where they could create some improvements to relieve the burden on the system. And if they're denied on their request, they can appeal it to the city council. So we've created a more public process to deal with the people that were kind of caught in the middle of the process that we didn't have previously.
Okay,
So
questions from council members? Okay, I have a question. Do we have a timeline for getting from where we are now to a solution?
Well, Mr. Mayor, we did discuss pretty extensively. I had a meeting with Coastland and NCE on Friday, Thursday or Friday of last week to talk about timeline to get to at least a feasibility study. And as you can imagine, it's going to take some survey to figure out elevations of finished floors, some alternative alignments. So I think we're looking at at least a 6-month process for that.
And then what?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then from there, we're looking at funding options and alternatives, whether it's an updated assessment district, SRF loans, grants. So once we figure out the extent of the improvements necessary and the funding options, then we can build it. So
How long is that going to take?
to construct the unknown improvements,
Right.
that I'm not sure I can put a finger on just yet.
Well, here's my concern. None of this is news. I can tell you that a public works director back in the, I don't know, either the 80s or the 90s, made a report to the city council on exactly the same thing. The report concluded that the existing line that's underwater was past its useful life and had to be replaced, and that the only feasible way of replacing it would be to move it up to Western Drive and Ocean Avenue, and that all of the homes immediately on the bay shore would have to put in lift stations to pump their effluent up to the line that's in Western Drive and Ocean Avenue, or most of them would. It's a possibility some of them are high enough that they wouldn't have to. So we knew about this decades ago, and nobody ever acted on it. So what I'm concerned about is dragging our feet. We're putting people who potentially have developable lots here in a situation where they can't do anything with them for for maybe a year or two. And
I think I can appreciate that that situation, Mayor. I think the other dynamic that we have today that we may or may not have had back then was the Baykeeper settlement. And so this particular line assessment was part of that settlement agreement. And so we are implored and conditioned as part of that agreement to mitigate this condition. So there's a legal and a regulatory component.
I just don't want to see anybody dragging their feet on it. And have you engaged the firm to do the feasibility study yet?
They're preparing the scope and fee as we speak.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, okay.
And we do, Mr. Mayor, we also now do have a grandfather process where people that were in process can continue with their project. You're right, people that have a vacant lot may be delayed in going forward. But on the other hand, by having this moratorium with these deadlines, you're actually creating a focus on this that will require us to move forward and not just delay the project like the time previously.
Well, I'm just asking you to move forward with all possible speed and not drag your feet on this. I assume we have some public speakers.
Yes, we do.
Okay, go ahead and call them.
We currently have 6 public speakers. They are Andrew Kahn, Norm Hadsey, Allison Lehman, Claire Arbor, and Sally Tobin. Andrew, you may begin.
Hi, yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Councils. I know it's late, so I appreciate your time and attention. My name is Andrew Kahn. I'm a Richmond resident and property owner impacted by this ordinance. Specifically, I'm attempting to build a home on a conforming lot adjacent to my own home for my wife's parents who are in their 80s to age in place. A process I began nearly 2 years ago and have received a recommendation for approval by the Design Review Board. In fact, the week before the moratorium officially went into effect. Earlier today, Richmond resident and professional wastewater engineer, Norman Hanshe, who I guess is here tonight, which is great, submitted a proposal to the city, which requests for modification to Section 5 exceptions of the ordinance. The proposed modification would allow for the option of installing an on-site holding tank for sewage collection and hauling on a temporary basis until such time as connection to the public sewer is authorized. I would like to second this request. As Mr. Hanshe points out, the current exception proposed to the ordinance which is currently a private pressurized sewer line that runs under the street to a sewer main not affected by the emergency moratorium, is unlikely to be to prove acceptable to the Richmond Public Works Department, given unanswered questions regarding long-term maintenance and ownership responsibilities. It would also be very expensive for homeowners to implement. A design and construction estimate performed recently prices such a solution upwards of $100,000 per home, which is not inclusive of any lifetime maintenance costs that may be incurred by whoever becomes the owner of that. Without a clear plan and timeline for resolving the Keller Beach sewer line issues, it seems that the likely outcome of extending this ordinance for the proposed year and additional possible year extension without offering reasonable and accessible exceptions or mitigations will be the complete prevention of any additional housing, ADUs included, in this area of Richmond, depriving Richmond of much needed property taxes, housing stock, as well as preventing its citizens from making full economic use of their own land. So thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Norman Hanchy. Norm, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. Norm Hanchy, I'm a longtime resident in Richmond in the Keller Beach sewer drainage or sewage area. And I'm also a water and wastewater engineer by profession. Most of my career has I've been dealing with studying and finding solutions to very difficult water, wastewater problems. And that's what we have with the Keller Beach sewer line that's been known for, as Mayor Butt pointed out, for a long time. And so I was retained here by the Von Hippels, neighbors of hoping to build on the Marine Street at Ocean Avenue location, and not looking at questioning the moratorium, the need for work on the sewer, but looking at ways to make the impact of that moratorium less painful. It's going to be painful enough figuring out how to solve the rehabilitation and replacement of the sanitary sewer. But I don't believe it's the housing that, and the building of houses that are the issue. It's the sewage flow in the deteriorating sewer pipes. And what I've come up with, and I put it in a letter that I submitted earlier today, an approach which is not a radical idea, and that's using a temporary interim holding tank for individual properties so that they can go ahead and build. That's a tank, which maybe is concrete or fiberglass, 1,000 or 2,000 gallons. It collects and contains the sewage from the house. It's pumped out by a commercial service every few months. It results in obviously no discharge of the sewer. It's something that can be operated, and maybe obviously it's not as good as being able to connect up to the sewer in front of your house. But on an interim basis, I believe it's a viable option, much better than the provision in the exceptions section of the ordinance, which allows for pumping or considers pumping over the hill at a considerable cost. I think this can be done under the city code section or chapter 12.18 under the city manager, as it's done for industrial discharges in the city. Has long-term, I think, benefits. The tank could be converted ultimately to a rainwater cistern for use after the property connects to the sewer. Looks like my time is out, but I hope some of you had a chance to look at my letter. I think this is a reasonable approach.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker is
Mr. Public Works Director, do you see any reason why that wouldn't be an acceptable alternative during the moratorium? You're muted.
I think we'd want to have our consultants look at the proposal and look and see if there are any either health and safety, as well as have our city attorney's office look at what kind of agreements we would want to have in place to ensure that the public health is protected.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Mayor, you could adopt the ordinance in the form that we have it, but separately request Public Works to look into this, and if it's an acceptable idea, come back with an amendment to the moratorium ordinance that would add that as another exception.
Okay. Any more public speakers?
Yes, we have 3 additional speakers.
Okay.
The next speaker is Allison Lehman. Allison, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor Butt and council members. My name is Allison Lehman. I've been a resident of Richmond for 25 years. We are all really aware of the degradation of the Keller Beach sanitary sewer line. And I do urge you to extend this moratorium for 10 and a half months, or until you can at least work out a solution to this problem. It's my belief that it would be unreasonable to offer any additional sewer hookups prior to a resolution for this problem. Crumbling pipes only mean leakage into the bay. Many Richmond residents wade and swim at Keller Beach, and weekly or daily, there are several swimmers that swim across that little bay. This is hazardous to all of them. I'd like to second what Mayor Butt said in encouraging the city of Richmond to move this process along quickly so as not to expose these swimmers and to pull the Band-Aid off. It'll probably be painful, but it's going to be better for Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Claire Arbor. Claire, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Butt. Thank you for hearing our comments. My name is Claire Arbor and I live with my husband at 360 Western Drive. I'm calling to support the extension of the urgency ordinance imposing a temporary sewer moratorium. I strongly urge the council to listen to the advice of the Public Works Department and to heed the study that was done, which shows that the sewer line needs repair before any new inputs can be connected to the existing line. It's clear that there are significant health and safety risks associated with allowing this sewer line to further degenerate. It must be repaired now. On warm days, Keller Beach and the local parks are wonderfully full of Richmond residents who seek relief from the heat of the city at our shared shoreline beaches. I'm also an avid swimmer and I often swim parallel to the sewer line in question. The leaking line can deposit untreated sewage into our bay, risking the health of our local community via these pathogens, making the shoreline unsafe for public recreation. Allowing any further sewer hookups under the current conditions would be absolutely unconscionable. Please do the right thing and vote to extend the sewer moratorium for as long as it takes to fix the sewer once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sally Tobin.
Thank you. My name's Sally Tobin, and I live above the Keller Beach sewer line. So a moratorium on the Keller Beach sewer line seems to be a really smart idea given the deteriorating sewer. Though holding tanks may be help in the interim, as Mr. Hanchy suggests. I have a comment and a question. The comment is, thank you, Public Works Department, for the website so that the public can follow along. And the question is there any alignment or relationship between the Keller Beach sanitary sewer moratorium and plans for handling sewage from the proposed development at Point Malate? I'm asking because in the past, noisy pumping stations in existing residential neighborhoods have been suggested for dealing with the sewage from the proposed luxury development. And of course, these would be detrimental. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Okay, is there any further discussion from the city council? Is there a motion?
I move the item.
Okay, motion by Jimenez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Johnson. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
And Mr.
Motion
Mayor,
passes With, the motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
Yes.
and Mr. Mayor, was it the intent of that motion that we also look into this holding system issue and come back with an amendment if it is a satisfactory public safety option?
Yeah, I don't think it has to be in the motion as long as staff agrees to do it. And I think,
Right, it wasn't in the motion, but I'm just asking if that it was the intent, and you're saying yes.
yeah, yes. Okay, the next item, I need somebody to explain this to me. This is R1. Why don't you go ahead and read it, Madam Clerk, then I'll ask my question.
Okay. R1 is, the action is to adjourn the meeting to March 8th to permit ordinance revisions to be presented to the city council regarding the adoption of a resolution calling a special election to be consolidated with the next statewide primary election to be held on June 7th, 2022, and submitting to the voters a measure to establish a special parcel tax on vacant properties at rates between $3,000 and $8,000 tiered by parcel size annually per vacant undeveloped parcel between $3,000 and $8,000 tiered by parcel size annually per vacant blighted developed parcel, $3,000 annually per vacant blighted residential unit for condominiums, duplexes, or townhouses units under separate ownership, and $3,000 annually per blighted parcel with ground floor commercial activity allowed, but vacant, raising about $1.5 million annually to fund blight and dumping elimination, code compliance, and specific programs.
So to staff who put this on here, I've never heard of adjourning a meeting for an item. Do you mean continue it? Do you mean basically you want to put the item on for next week? Is that the plan?
Well, under the Brown Act, any meeting can be adjourned to another meeting, and it's still considered an adjourned regular meeting in lieu of calling a special meeting. So is the items, when you adjourn a meeting to another time and place, you have to have an item that was on the agenda that is continued to the next time. And it's not a special meeting, it's just an adjourned regular meeting. In this instance, I think you're all familiar with our discussion on the vacant parcel tax. The last meeting, we had an extensive presentation on this, and we had a big discussion about whether you wanted to do this in the November election or the June election. And if you want to do it in the June election, we have to move on it quickly. So it could be that you no longer want to do that. You'd rather wait and do it in November, but we understood as of last week, you want to have the option of doing it at the June election. Now, in this instance, the actual ordinance, we have had to, in looking, when we didn't have the actual ordinance at your last meeting, after your last meeting, in looking at this in detail, we realized that what we should do is really have an ordinance that is dealing mostly with the rate issue. And so we would break this into two ordinances. And to do that, to get the ordinance prepared, we didn't have it ready for tonight. So we're suggesting if you do want to go ahead with the June election, we would adjourn the meeting tonight to the March 8th, and we'll have the ordinance and a resolution ready for you at that meeting. That is, if you are still interested in staying on the track of getting this on the June ballot.
Okay, so this term adjourn is a Brown Act thing, right?
Yes. I mean, it's also in Robert's rules. It's an adjourned regular meeting.
Okay, so if we do in fact do this, we're not gonna have public comment and all that, right? We're just gonna do it or not do it, right?
You at the well, it's up to the council. That the adjourned regular is just like a normal adjourned meeting. It's not like a special meeting. It's a normal adjourned meeting. You would still have public comment at the beginning of the meeting
On the 8th, not tonight.
on the 8th.
Okay.
I mean, you could take a testimony tonight, but if you're going to adjourn this to the 8th, you can just adjourn it to the 8th and the testimony can occur then.
I
So,
move that we extend the meeting. It's that time.
so wait a minute. So our choice is either to take this up tonight and give staff direction, or take it up next week, or do nothing. Is that right?
Well, the only thing is we don't actually have the ordinance ready tonight.
All right, so we can't consider it tonight. So we have two choices. We can either hear it next week, or we can do nothing and just let it die, right?
Yes, but I mean, we can put it together to hit the November election instead of the.
Oh, I understand.
Okay.
Okay, so are there any other questions from council? Councilmember Johnson?
Yes, and my colleagues can correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a majority expression from the council that we did not want to go with June 7th because we felt as though it was too soon and the campaign couldn't be launched. And now this is being brought to us tonight as if that conversation didn't happen.
My recollection is the council said, bring it back, let's take a look at it, and then we'll decide whether to do it in November or June.
Okay.
Sounds like that's what they're doing.
Yeah, we didn't have time to finish, Councilmember Johnson. So this was the punt we could come up with to meet the Brown Act, but we understood the council's intention.
Okay, well, to be honest, my opinions and my feelings still doesn't change. I still think that this should go on the November ballot. Even this item tonight shows how rushed and unready we are for June 7th. Also, just listening to the expertise of those on the council who've actually ran in Richmond elections. This, if we're really looking for turnout and we're really looking for this to pass, I don't think that this is, I think we need to take more time with it and educate the public more on what's happening, because there's still a lot of misinformation and even uninformation out, in regards to what's going on. And I do understand the staff has been trying to rectify that, but in order for this to pass in June, I don't, I just don't see it.
Okay, are there other questions from council members?
Excuse me, Mayor, we need a motion to extend.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting as well.
I second that motion.
For how long?
I made it earlier.
For how long and for what?
Until the end of this item.
Well, we have one consent calendar item that we have to bring back. Do you want to do that too?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All right.
Mayor Butt, if I may offer a suggestion.
Yeah.
Can staff come back? And Dave, please let me know if we can do this. Can we continue? Can staff return with additional information regarding potential revenue enhancements in the spring?
You mean on the meeting on the 8th or?
Right. And I don't know that we have a quorum yet for the meeting on the 8th.
Well, sure, I guess. I don't know why not. I think what we got to decide is whether we want to take this up on the 8th. So
Yeah, I don't know that the clerk had received responses yet, so I was offering that as an alternative.
We do not have a quorum yet.
For the 8th.
Well, it doesn't, without a quorum, we're not going to have a meeting on the 8th. So looks like this is a dead duck.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Bates.
I had an item removed from the CC calendar, the Booker T. Anderson community building. I hate to keep asking. This is the second time it's been removed. I thought we were going to discuss it briefly, but I don't understand how we flip-flop and don't take care of business.
I'll be willing to extend my motion, have my motion.
We haven't voted on the extension of the meeting. We still have a motion and a second.
Yeah, let's vote on that so we can see
Okay.
if we can continue meeting.
And
Go ahead.
what was your motion again,
Can I ask them?
Councilmember Johnson?
Was to consider this item and the item on the consent calendar that was taken off.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. What I was going to say was I wanted to add to my motion that we hear both of the items that were pulled from the consent calendar, both Councilmember Bates as well as Councilmember Jimenez's item.
Okay, I didn't know he pulled one.
The Booker T. Anderson and
he added that later on. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So okay. All right.
It's all good, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember
Okay.
Bates?
All right. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McBluffin, sorry.
Yes.
And Councilmember Willis is absent. Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay. Let's get back to item R1. And so we have. I'm not sure where we are, Mr. City Attorney. Maybe you can help me. If we don't have a meeting this week, this thing's.
No, if you don't, I think if you don't have a quorum for but I mean, the city clerk said she hadn't heard there was a quorum, but people are here now. If people are not willing to have the meeting on the 8th, then yeah, this would, we would be determining that we're not going to put this item up for an election in June.
So we could have a motion to hear this on the 8th if there's a quorum. Or we could just kill it. So I'm looking, and I think we have to have public comment on this, right?
We on the meeting on the 8th, there would be public comment at the meeting and public comment on the item.
No, but why don't we have to have public comment tonight?
Well, if you're continuing it, then you don't have to take comment.
Okay, got it. Okay, all right. So is there a motion on this?
I think for me it's important that city staff has done a lot of work on this. And I think the least that we can do is to hear them and have a discussion whether vote whether it's going to be put it on June 7 or not. But I think I want to make sure that we acknowledge that there has been an effort from staff, and I want to recognize that. So it could be either tonight, or I had already told Madam Clerk that I will be willing to participate on March 8th. So my motion, I don't know, like what people would like to do, but maybe we are here. Let's hear from staff right now and have a discussion about next steps or whether it's going to the ballot or not. And what we need to do.
So your motion
is to hear them tonight, if that is okay.
So your motion is to go ahead and have a staff presentation on the 8th, if in fact we can get a quorum together, right?
No, my motion is that we allow them to present tonight.
Well, they're not ready to present tonight. They don't.
We can present, but we are not ready to take action tonight because we don't have an ordinance. And the presentation would just be what we presented previously.
It'll be what you've already seen.
Yep.
So is that your motion?
Well, I don't know. I want to kind of like refer to the interim city attorney to just kind of like advise us if whether we should hear staff tonight or whether we have a motion to go.
I think it would be more, so Councilmember Johnson indicated, because last week we had a discussion, a few people expressed opinion. Again, staff got the impression you were still open to the idea, but Councilmember Johnson and a couple others said they really thought it was better to have it in November because of preparing a campaign and all that other stuff. So, I mean, that there's no point having the meeting on the 8th if on the 8th, you're not really we're not pushing for June. So maybe if we got a clear direction, whether people want to do it in June or do it in November, because
Well, I think the sense of the council was that we wanted to, they still had some, we wanted we wanted to see the final draft documents before we made a decision about June or November. So that's what would happen on the 8th.
yeah, and it is definitely work to get the final ordinances together. So it's sort of chicken and the egg. We can certainly do it that way, but we will be spending significant time in the next week trying to get all the ordinances put together.
Okay, well, look, I'll make a motion that we direct staff to make a presentation on the 8th, if in fact we can put together a quorum. And then at that time, the council can decide whether they want to do it in June or do it in November or not at all.
I would like to make a substitute
All
motion.
right, go ahead. You don't have to because my motion wasn't seconded.
Yeah, you have to get a second first. Is
So,
there a second on the mayor's motion?
I'll second it for the purpose of discussion.
okay, all right, go ahead and do your substitute
So
motion.
I think, I know I was one of the people that was saying, well, June 7th has some possibilities and some benefits because it would get to the point of bringing in the money sooner, and sooner is better than later. But I have since started to think that, as others have thought, that there isn't enough time to do a campaign. So what I would like to suggest, I think it was Shasa, it's getting late, so I'm thinking it was our city manager who said that they could come back in the spring with a presentation on a potential for a November ballot measure. But I would also, my motion is to come back in the spring with a potential ballot measure on a vacancy tax or information about that, and potentially maybe some other options for ballot measure taxes or revenue generation.
Revenue raising.
That we could consider.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, second by Johnson. Okay, let's vote on the substitute motion.
Councilmember Bates,
No,
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates voting no and Councilmember Willis is absent.
Okay, let's go back to the consent calendar items.
Item O. It's O3C. No, I'm sorry. Yes, O3C. Councilmember Jimenez requested that item be removed.
Yeah, but are we going to hear first the one that Councilmember Bates pulled out? Or
I was going in order.
Well, look, we're already,
okay, no matters. Yeah, I just want more information about these and how these, like for me, the thing is that with COVID-19, people are getting having some hardship, and I just want to make sure that this is not going to impact the residents by just adding, pushing for other fees and the implication of that. I know that interim city manager comment on that, but I just want more clarification about how we do this.
Okay, this is Antonio from the Finance Department. I'm involved in the public hearings for these, and whenever somebody shows up and they want to set up a payment plan, they're contesting, the items gets removed until the item is settled. So usually the Republic Service is flexible on that side of it. So as long as somebody's willing to set up a payment plan, or if they're claiming they were charged erroneously, they'll investigate it while it's getting investigators removed from the list. So these are items that nobody contested, nobody wanted to set up a payment plan, and the items continue to their normal flow. This is a part of the ordinance, the way it's set up, is a mandatory that everybody have waste collection. And that's, for any property that has a resident living in it. Ultimately, the property owner is responsible for it, and that's why it goes on the property tax bill.
And I'd add that all cities with trash franchises there's mandatory pickup, because the trash hauler would be happy if he doesn't get paid to leave the trash on the street. But cities can't live with that. So it's mandatory that you pay your trash bill and pick up the trash. Now, some franchises, the hauler doesn't have the option of putting on the tax bill. And so then they end up not always collecting their past due trash bills, and they build that back into the system. They have to have a higher rate to pay for the people that don't pay, where they don't collect the trash. So the argument in favor of doing it through the tax system is ultimately people pay those bills. Cities, I've never heard of anybody actually foreclosing on a trash bill and taking somebody's house, but having that system, people eventually do pay it. The trash haulers get paid, so they don't have to carry such a large amount of debt, which allows it ultimately to be cheaper to the people who are paying their bills, because they don't have to pay extra for the people that aren't collecting. So that's why the system is, I've negotiated a bunch of these and argued them both ways, but the trash haulers have a much lower rate of non-payment when they use using it through the tax bill system.
Well, it's also required by a franchise agreement, right?
Well, yes, but it's because
we can't just decide not to do it.
Because that is, when you set up your franchise, you pick that path because you got a better deal.
Okay, are there other questions from council members?
I was just gonna make the comment. I thought our city attorney was gonna start quoting the brothers from Philly and start singing, "The trash man didn't get the trash today." That's because they need more pay.
How do you know that song?
Yeah.
I grew up in Richmond, Miss Pam.
Any other questions from council members? No more songs.
Hey, when it gets to that hour when we start singing, it's time to go home.
Gotta make it fun. Gotta make it fun, baby.
Okay, is there a motion to approve this?
I'll move it.
Okay, motion by Johnson. Second by Martinez. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
So the next item was item 07C, right? Booker T.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Okay,
Booker T.
Councilmember Bates, you took that off. Do you have some questions about it?
Yeah, did clerk want to call item? Should I just go ahead?
Yeah, you can read it, Madam Clerk.
Okay, item 07C is to approve a construction contract with Anjoti and Riley Inc. for the Booker T. Anderson Community Center Fire Restoration Project located at 960 South 47th Street in Richmond in an amount not to exceed $583,900, including $2,349,000 low bid plus $234,900 contingency, and appropriate the funding from the risk management fund balance. There will be a reimbursement from insurance for the majority of the cost.
Okay, I was concerned twofold. We have buildings all over the city, and I was curious as to are we self-insured or do we pay insurance for the potential liability of these buildings? Like City Hall, not Hall of Justice, but the library and et cetera.
Joe, do you want me to take a pass?
Yep.
That'd be fantastic.
Okay, very good question, Councilmember Bates. I was looking for a Neil or Laura Marquez, our risk manager. Unfortunately, she's not on. So the situation, as I understand it, is that we are part of a risk pool. So it's essentially like we have insurance. And for this particular item, I believe the quote unquote deductible is in the neighborhood of about $500,000, correct, Joe?
Okay.
So then we have to pay that, and then the risk pool kicks in, provided that they agree with Joe's estimates. And I think the reason why we put it off before was because Joe was waiting for confirmation that the risk pool insurer essentially was going to approve the quote.
I think that risk pool is Irma with all the cities in the county. The other question that I had always bothered me when we go out with a $2.34 million bid is what we're doing. I remember Sal Baca being very active in trying to get these companies to hire local employees. Are we still doing that, or is that just by the wayside?
Yes, that is still in practice. We can ask Tamara Walker, who Gina reports to in employment and training, to make sure to pay special attention to this development, especially since. I'd
like in 6 months, let the vendor, the person who get the contract, let them know that in 6 months we're going to be asking for a report as it relates to local participation, especially Richmond people that are on this job. Because if we don't ask, they're not going to volunteer to hire any of us. Richmond folks. So I think just the fact that we ask and they know they may want a contract later on, they may be a little bit more sensitive and diligent. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, you want to move it?
Yeah, I'll move the item.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll
Second.
Okay, second by McLaughlin. Call roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Willis absent.
And so we're done unless somebody has some memorials before we adjourn.
I wanted to ask that the council meeting be adjourned in memory of an outstanding individual and a personal friend, and actually one of my strongest supporters. I used to live next door to her. Is Jesse Hall, who was president of the Parkview Neighborhood Council, where I resided for several years.
Okay. So noted. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, everyone. We are adjourned.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Remember, people make the world go round.
You're singing again. You're making fun of me.